Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Hobby Night. I'm Angela, and I've got another stream planned for you. Before I totally begin, do you want me to record this section or not?
No.
Okay, perfect. Okay, hey everybody, how you guys doing? Hi, Havin. Hi,
You okay?
Alex. I almost completely blanked on your name. I don't know why. I had a brain fart there and went, is that correct? I think that's correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct. Anyways, I've had a week. It's been a really busy, I've had so much fun this week, but holy shit, has also been exhausting. And what I want to start off today's stream doing for our first little segment, I want to talk about what I did yesterday, because I actually got to hang out with both Shea and Boba Tea. Boba Royal Tea, actually, is how she goes on Instagram. If you know Boba, she's awesome. I can say that now more definitively because I hung out with her a little bit at Creators After Dark, and now I've gotten to spend more time with her. And yeah, I can definitively confirm that both Shea and Boba are awesome, and I had a great time yesterday. So what did we do? Hello, Wolf. Hello. How are you guys doing? Oh, you missed me saying hello? Well, hello, Habit. It's lovely to see you. There you go. There we go. But yeah, so I got to hang out with them like most of the day. Yesterday we had a packed day. We did some filming, which was really fun. That sort of kicked our day off. And then after that, I got to gush about my plants, which made me really happy. I got to show off my mantises, which was really cool. And
Peruvian.
we got some Peruvian for dinner, which I've never had before. It was actually extremely tasty. We'll definitely be getting it again. So that was really good. And then after all of that, we came back home and we played a couple of rounds of King of Tokyo. And oh my gosh. So most of them, them being Shea, Boba, both of Shea and Boba's partners, and then myself and Chaos Cultist. So there were 6 of us. We had 6 players. I've never played King of Tokyo with 6 players. I actually don't often get to play games with quite that number of people. Hey, Nemeth, how you doing? Hello, Rob. It's lovely to see you. Hey, Captain Comic Geek. How's everybody doing? So I don't really get to play board games with quite that number of players, and fingers crossed they're gonna be coming back over next Thursday,
Yes.
which we will not be streaming that day. I do apologize. Just giving you a heads up now. We'll make other announcements about it next week, but we won't be streaming next Thursday because Shea and Boba and all of them will be coming back over, and hopefully we'll be playing Wavelength, because I really. No Rolls Barred and Adam Blampier and Blamco have like really sold Wavelength as being like a spectacularly fun game. But you do need a larger group of people to really make it work, I think, well. With how we were behaving in the King of Tokyo game, I feel like it's gonna be a really fun group to play Wavelength with. So I was really excited about that. So yeah, we played King of Tokyo. We played 2 games. The first game went spectacularly well in Moa's favor. I kicked absolute ass. I was also the most aggressive player in that first game. Everybody else was like being really strategic. They were being really cautious. They were collecting cards, gathering energy up, collecting cards, getting powers, etc. I did none of that. It actually ended up coming down to so ironically enough, as we're playing this first round, I'm being hyper aggressive, and both of Shea and Boba's partners are being also kind of hyper aggressive in the sense that they're going into Tokyo really early. And because we're playing a 6-player game, when you're in Tokyo with base King of Tokyo, both Tokyo itself and Tokyo Bay are both open. So there can be 2 players in Tokyo at once, and then everybody else is outside of Tokyo, and it can shuffle from there, right? So like, I ended up in Tokyo a fair amount and ended up doing some good damage there, but they went in very early and were really opposed to leaving for some reason. They were attacked multiple times. Their health was getting really low, but they were very.
I nailed them for 5 damage.
Yeah, Chaos Cultists nailed them for 5 damage both, and for some reason both of them had a kamikaze pack, I guess, happening, and they decided to stay. So they both took their turns. Of course, when you're playing King of Tokyo, if you're in Tokyo, whether you're in Tokyo Bay or Tokyo itself, you can't heal. So any hearts that you might roll on your dice, you can't actually use to heal. So they couldn't do any healing, which was why I was very surprised that when they were down to like 3 and 2 health, they didn't piece the hell out and yield and send CC into Tokyo, frankly. To let him take some battering while they healed. They just stayed in there. So they did some stuff. They did hit us a little bit, and so I was just like, well, you know what? You attacked us, and I'm gonna be the aggressor back now. So I rolled for as many hits as I could, and I think I also got like 4 or 5 attacks and just wiped them both out. It didn't take long for CC to end up himself back in Tokyo, though, also get annihilated, and then it was just me versus Boba, who was like, had some great card combinations. Like, she was, I thought she was the biggest threat left at the table, but she was not actually, because Shea was the biggest threat left at the table.
So you were the biggest threat at the table.
I was the biggest threat at the table, but to me, as my 2 opponents, I thought Boba was going to be the bigger threat because of her cards. Turned out not to be the case. She also got a little too aggressive while staying in Tokyo, and I think Shea took her out. I can't actually remember who took Boba out. It was either myself or Shea.
But only the girls playing, it had to be.
Well, yeah, exactly. So it was either one of the 2 of us, and then it was just down to me and Shea. Neither of us had cards. We were both the 2 players who, through the first entire game, neither of us invested in cards whatsoever. And so she, I can't remember if I was in Tokyo when I was in Tokyo. Do you remember if I was in Tokyo or was she in Tokyo when I
think when you won?
Yeah, I think I was in Tokyo.
I think you were.
Yeah, so I think that means that I might have taken Boba out, actually. Because I think I might have taken Boba out by getting her out of Tokyo.
You were bloodthirsty.
I was very bloodthirsty. I was just going all in, all attacks, all the time. I was ignoring, like, basically my strategy was either, if I'm in Tokyo, I'm rolling as many attacks as humanly possible. I don't care about victory points. I don't care about, because I had like 7. I had only had 7. We had like, I don't know, like 15 rounds of this game or something like that. We circled a lot. Because when you have the big games, like, it goes fast at the beginning, and then when you get down to the 3 last players, it can kind of go slow. Because my strategy was, every time I was in Tokyo, hyper-fixate on attacking. Every time I'm outside of Tokyo, hyper-fixate on healing. So, like, that was my plan. Hey, Dan, lovely to see you. So, like, that's what I did. And when I got back into Tokyo, I just crushed Shea's, I can't remember what she was. She was the, which character was she playing? He was the robot rabbit.
Boba was the crab.
She was Godzilla. She was the Godzilla, like, knockoff. So yeah, I just destroyed Godzilla. I, of course, was destined, I tell you, to be the king of Tokyo, for I was already the king. I played King Kong, and he just goes by the king in King of Tokyo. So I was like, oh no, this is very appropriate. I was playing the character that this game's clearly named after, obviously. Then in round 2, when we reset, because everybody was like, okay, we have to play again, because Chaos Cultist and I were the only 2 that had ever played King of Tokyo before. Everybody else was noobs. So it's
been like a decade since I played.
Yeah, we hadn't played King of Tokyo in a really long time. But we at least, like, knew the gist of it and had, like, gone over, like, he had read the rules. I had just listened to him explain the rules and just went off that. But it's relatively straightforward. I think everybody got it. There was a couple things we did get wrong. Actually, mostly in the second game, accidentally.
Well, what happened is we forgot to kick the person out of Tokyo Bay when we went to 4 players.
Yes.
Which unfortunately resulted in a player dying who maybe shouldn't have. And there was one rule that I only explained real briefly once, and then it got missed because it didn't come up in the first game.
Yeah, like there's a rule where when you purchase a card, so you're gaining energy to be able to purchase the cards. That's how you get your powers. And there are some cards that say keep, and there are some cards that say discard. There's very few cards that say discard, but the discard ones are supposed to activate immediately. So as soon as you purchase them, they activate. It goes off whatever the card says, and then you discard that card. So that never happened in our first game. Like the game that I won, I don't think anybody purchased a single card that had discard on. I don't even know if we saw a card that had discard on the bottom even come up in the pool.
I'm not sure.
Honestly, like, so regardless, we had completely kind of like ignored that rule. And then somebody had gotten 2 of those cards and we had to like reset a little bit in a weird way. So the second game was a little messier, ironically, even though we had the first games like under our belt and should have known what we were doing more. But it didn't matter for me because CC and I actually got taken out like simultaneously because we were both in Tokyo at the time and they were just ganging up on us. Mostly, actually, they weren't ganging up on him. They were ganging up on me. Everybody, well, you just had the unfortunate disadvantage of being at the wrong place at the right time for death. Because I was in Tokyo, I kind of expected going into the second game to not last very long. Because I had won the first game, I knew everybody was going to presume that somehow that meant I was actually going to be able to win the second game. And unless they destroyed me and absolutely maimed me and got me out of the game, that there was no way anybody else could win because I'm just that good at King of Tokyo. That's the seed that I planted upon my great victory as the king in round 1. So how long does a round take to play? The rounds are pretty quick because everybody just does, basically the way that you play King of Tokyo is there are 6 dice. Every round, each player gets to roll those 6 dice. You get 2 rerolls, which means that you can kind of pick and choose what you want those dice to do. There are, I believe, 6 symbols on each of those dice.
A game takes half an hour to an hour.
Yeah, a game will take half an hour to an hour. I would say like a round is probably like 10 minutes to 15 minutes, depending on like...
Yeah, you get to play about a turn every 10 minutes.
Yeah, or so. But yeah, so the second game, I got annihilated. I took CC out with me, unfortunately. And then the most beautiful thing happened. So Boba decided to go back into really hyperfixating on cards, and she got some really good ones very early on. One that allowed her to just steal cards from other players. She did have to, of course, pay for those cards. Like she had to pay the cost of the card in energy, but to the player she was stealing it from. But she wasn't restricted to just the 3 that were in the center as the normal pool that exists for player powers that you can purchase. She could basically have the entire board of available cards to purchase from at all times. So I had actually decided to change up my strategy. Bad plan. Never going energy again. Clearly it's what got me actually killed. It wasn't everybody ganging up on me. It was me changing up my strategy and not just being a hyper aggressive player. Clearly. But so what I did is I ended up trying to go into cards a little bit as well, and I got one card that gives you an extra energy every time you get energy. Well, the card she got, which allows her to steal cards, really benefits from that card being in her pool. So she did eventually leech that card for me and steal it, which did suck. I tried to get a way to generate some of that energy back by picking up a card that forcibly allowed me to heal players at the cost of 2 energy for each heart that I used on them. But then the dice decided to not be in my favor. Thank you, Nuffle, you son of a bitch. And I had like no heart rolls. I had zero heart rolls. So it was really unfortunate. Hey, Brendan. So like I went ahead and I just got wiped out from there. Boba was going for her strategy. Shea's partner ended up grabbing a card called Mimic, which was a really expensive card, but it was kind of sitting in the pool for a while because no one was willing to spend 2 to shuffle those cards away. So he eventually got the Mimic card. And what Mimic allows you to do is it allows you to copy any card that somebody has out for a cost, I think is like what it is. Or you can change it for a cost, but when you first spawns, you put a token on the card that you want to copy, and that card is just copied indefinitely. unless the card goes away, which I don't think is really possible. Like, I don't know if there's any powers that make you force a person to discard something. But regardless, he leached the ability to steal cards from other players. So then he ended up getting one of the cards that Boba's partner had picked up, which basically gave him a reset. So if he died, he would be completely reset to how you start the game at every time you start a new game. And he would just basically have a fresh life. He would lose all of his victory points that he might have accumulated, but all of his health would be back, and he'd basically be fresh-faced. So he ends up stealing that from Boba's partner. It's down because at some point, Boba gets knocked out. Like, her cards don't save her. She ends up getting knocked out. I think she gets killed in Tokyo because she stayed in there too long or wasn't able to get out. Honestly, she just may have happened. But regardless, she ends up getting out. So it's down to Shea's partner, and Boba's partner. And Seth and Boba's partner, because they had their like weird kamikaze pack of dying very early in the first game, decided that they were going to have a pact again, and they were going to try to beat Shea, and then one of them would win. So like they end up being really aggressive, getting like Shea down. She holds on for, I think, way longer than they expected, which was great because she actually got a really good card too, that if she was in Tokyo and got attacked, if she yielded, meaning she left Tokyo and let the other person who attacked her come in, she could just not take that damage. And unlike some cards where like you use the power and it goes away, this one doesn't go away. She can just, every time she's in Tokyo, if that happens, she could just keep doing that. There, I think, was a way for her to potentially, in that final game, cycle between both the boys that were left and basically wear them down by going in, going out, going in, going out, just constantly doing that and never.
All about that.
But exactly. But never actually taking like too much damage from it, because that was the problem. She got really low in health. Then she got a miraculous like 5 heart roll, so she healed up a bunch. So they redoubled down on ganging up on her and attacking her. And so they eventually took her out. And then in that instance, Boba's partner ended up getting pulled into Tokyo because I think he got the killing blow technically on Shea while she was in Tokyo. He gets moved in. I've never seen somebody win the game and be so sad about it. The next round, Shea's partner attacks, completely annihilates. Oh no, what it actually was is Shea and Boba's partner were both out. Shea's partner was one who was in Tokyo. He did an attack out, a really big attack, like 5. Like he got really lucky. He was going for all attacks. He was all in on them. He rolled the 5. He thought that Boba's partner had more health than he did. He only had 1 left because he had stayed in Tokyo for a really long time in this back and forth exchange between the 3 of them, right? And so he ends up annihilating both Shea and Boba's partner at the same time, winning himself the game and being not pleased about it at all. It didn't last long. He was perfectly fine afterwards, but he was like, oh no, he was so sad that he betrayed his bro, and it was so cute. I was just like, this is a bromance. And I'm really glad that I got to witness it because he was so devastated that he accidentally, like, I think he ultimately would have, like, they would have had to turn on each other. They would have been the last 2 players if that hadn't happened. And one of them would have had to win. And unless, I guess they just did a handshake and they were like, this game's over, we both won. Or something, I don't know. But like, one of them was gonna have to betray the other. So it was inevitable, but he was so, I think because he didn't expect it to happen, he was so devastated. No, I would never play with loaded dice on tabletop game. That would defeat the purpose of it. The fun is the RNG of that. Like, part of what makes King of Tokyo and part of what made the entire experience so wild is because, like, the RNG of the dice partially adds to your on-the-fly strategy making that you have to do as part of the gameplay. It's honestly a really good game, and if I'm honest, we're gonna talk about another game designed originally by this man. But King of Tokyo is designed by Richard Garfield. And if you're not familiar with Richard Garfield, I guarantee you are, because he's the designer of Magic the Gathering. Or at least he's the guy that gets often very credited with like being the designer of Magic the Gathering, even though it was like a team of people. But he was the lead dude. So the MTG designer, I mean, you can literally see his name. Look, it's right there. Richard Garfield, King of Tokyo. So honestly, it's my favorite of his games. I really like King of Tokyo. I didn't even play it that much before. Like, this is maybe only I'm gonna say like third and fourth time maybe that I've played King of Tokyo. I forget how genuinely energetic it is. You're not, like, the one thing I will say as a critique of the game, I guess, if you will, is that King of Tokyo has the one problem when you are playing at this larger game scale, with the six total, which I think is the max players you can do. I don't know if the expansions make it so you can do like 8, which would be ridiculous. But like the 6-player game is a little intense because like at the beginning, at least in our 2 game sample, which is a very small sample, I admit, but if that experience is anything to go off of what I think the next experience with playing a 6-player game of King of Tokyo might be like, it goes really fast at the beginning until you get down to that last 3 players. Because when you have those 3 players, and then especially when you get down to the 2, especially if they know the game really well, maybe they've gotten a good combination of cards because they definitely synergize off of each other. There's definitely some strategy to getting certain cards together, and then just suddenly making your 6 dice do way more than just 6 things for you, which is really, really powerful in the game. We clearly saw that with a lot of, like, honestly, Boba's strategy, a lot of Shea's partner strategy, and honestly, even some of Boba's partner strategy. I didn't really use cards much. Shea didn't really use cards much, and I think CC tried to use some cards.
And I died in turn 2.
Yeah, and then died in turn 2. So he also didn't really get to make use of the cards much or anything like that. So I can't really speak to them myself, but they definitely seem powerful, and I was definitely seeing some synergies. Thank you for subscribing to the channel Optimal Helix. It's lovely to have you join us. He also loves lasagna, because Garfield, yes, of course, absolutely. But like, I don't know, it was just really, really fun. I had a great time, and I thought that the dice really actually added, like, sometimes dice are bad in games, and I will legitimately say that as like, they are just purely there for RNG, and the RNG is either not masked in a way that's fun, because like one of the cool things about King of Tokyo is you're just using D6s. Like, everything is done with D6s, but those D6 are custom. Like, you're not rolling a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, or a 6. You're rolling a 1, 2, 3, or a lightning bolt, a health, or an attack ability. So like, you're either gaining energy, you're getting a resource.
If I may interrupt.
Yeah, please.
A problem in game design is that sometimes you'll design a really cool interactive system for a board game or a video game. But without RNG, there is an optimal way to play that game, a best way to play that game, or a perfect way to play that game. Mm-hmm. And so RNG is often inserted in small doses, in correct doses, to ensure that no one strategy remains the dominant strategy with the information available.
Exactly.
And that's why King of Tokyo does a pretty good job with it, is because it acts as a variant to make sure that strategies remain balanced.
Yes.
Whereas I'm sure if you were to somehow make it without RNG, there would be an optimal play strategy.
Yes, and I think actually a good example of this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about it, but I feel like a good example of a game that sometimes suffers from an optimal play strategy, especially if you are having a noob play against somebody who has played this game a lot, Base Dominion. Base Dominion does have a mild amount of RNG because it's a deck builder. But because you are making choices to be able to purchase what you put into your deck, there is an optimal strategy of what to purchase first, how many of those things to purchase, and how to be able to dominate the board very early on if you know how to gain silver, which is the currency that you use to actually purchase cards, which I think there are ways to do optimally with your starting hand, which everybody has the same hand. And there's a limited number of the cards that you can purchase and put into your deck available, meaning somebody who does know that strategy is going to immediately have a major advantage over anybody else playing in that game, unless that other person also has that exact same strategy in their brain and knows the optimal technique, which I don't think King of Tokyo necessarily suffers from, because the RNG that's inserted there, you can't really control in the same way. Like, there's no dice rolling in Dominion. It is all about card draw and building that deck, which is part of why I really like it. But it also means that, like I said, if you go up against that like really good player who really knows this game, you will lose. I know, I've gone up, he's over there, against a player who knew the game really well.
I'm not that good.
But you knew the game well, and you knew because you study game design, and Dominion was something that you had like researched, because it is of the classics that are kind of like poignant for board game development. You have learned some of those strategies, and you definitely employed them in a couple of our early games when you were teaching it to me. And so I know this from experience. I
don't remember any of this.
You wouldn't. You absolutely wouldn't, sir. But the point is that is a game where I think like RNG might actually benefit it in some ways in regards to not letting that happen. Now, as you add expansions into Dominion and make it more complex, a lot of that goes away. It is base Dominion that mainly has this problem, from my understanding. But in regards to like King of Tokyo and stuff, it works really well. Another game that I think it actually works pretty well in, and it's why it is the game that really shocked me to find out was like Gen Z's as a millennial, my like childhood games were the Hasbro games that I think maybe a lot of you are probably familiar with, because I know a lot of my audience is my age or older. And so I assume it's like Monopoly, Trouble, Risk, like Clue or Cluedo, those kinds of games, right? Like those were the games that you went to for family game nights back in the day, at least back in my day. For like Gen Z and those kids, it's Catan, which was so weird to me at first. Like it makes sense. It really does make sense because of like when Catan came out, who it got popular with, and then those people would have been the parents of all these kids. So it makes sense. So they would have been showing them the games that they loved, which I get, right? But when I first started working in the board game industry, like professionally, I was like, why is this game so, I don't get it. Because I, having not played board games again, like passionately until college, only had played a lot of like the very basic Hasbro games or old Mattel games. Clue is still your favorite. Do you like Clue, or do you like the Cluedo version, like the English version? Because like the Brits, from my understanding, have a little bit of a spicier game going for them. They kind of dumbed it down, from my understanding, for us Americans, or something like that. I don't actually know exactly. I just know that there's differences, and there are differences to this day. But like that's not what kids were getting played with their families when they were growing up. It was Catan and like Carcassonne and Dominion and like basically all the games that rose when I was a teen and not playing games. Which was very interesting to see, because then it allowed me to kind of explore these games like for the first time with fresh eyes and learn what made them so pivotal to some of these people. Some of the games, I'm like, I kind of get it. It's a family thing, so you just like associate it with that. So that's where your nostalgia is coming from. And Catan's one of them. Like, Catan's fine. I have not played it to death, so like it doesn't. If it were to be brought up as a, hey Angela, do you want to play some Catan with me today? I would, yes. But is it like my go-to, I'm gonna pull this out when I've got guests coming over because I just think it's the raddest game and they're gonna think it's so cool and fun? No, definitely not. Candyland is still the best. A classic. I don't really know. Okay, I will admit, and this is maybe me being a little bit of a snooty asshole, I guess, I don't know, about it. What is, a little too highbrow or whatever. But some of the Hasbro games don't actually qualify as games. Also, how many of you actually play Monopoly correctly? Because if you're not using the auctioning system, you're not doing it correctly. And I mean specifically, if you are not auctioning a spot that somebody lands on that they don't want to purchase. Because if you pass, technically in the rules of Monopoly as written, if you pass on purchasing a spot that you land on that is available, that space must immediately go up for auction for all the other players to be able to take it. Because the whole point is for the board to be taken quickly, and then for all of us to be greedy landlords.
No free parking money.
And no free parking money. That is not in the rules. That is not in the rules. That is a common house rule that everybody thinks is in the rules, but it's not actually in the rules. Clue, but using Clue FX rules, where the players are all detectives, so you won't be the killer and not know it. Ah, interesting. I don't know if I know the Clue FX rules. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, a lot of people don't auction. A lot of people do not auction. I think, I can't remember if it was Shut Up and Sit Down, No Rolls Barred when Adam was there, or Adam once he left and had Blomco. I think it was Adam at No Rolls Barred still, but he did a piece, like a history piece on Monopoly. And it's really good. And I highly recommend going and watching it. I'm pretty sure it's Adam. Because he's a freaking nerd and he really liked doing those history pieces. Because he did one on like Go or something. Like he did one on like a very old game that he really likes. Because he's a freaking nerd. But yeah, it was just, that's all it was. It was great. But yeah, that's what we did on Thursday. I got to kick ass in my first game of King of Tokyo and then have my ass kicked in the second game of King of Tokyo. But overall, I had an absolute blast. Like, we were hanging out with them basically from, I want to say like 1 p.m. until about 9 p.m.
Yep.
It was fantastic. It was a long day. I actually haven't had like guests over for quite that long in a while. I mean, I have Shea and her partner over fairly regularly for pretty extended periods of time, but that one was a long one. It was really cool. Like, honestly, I had a blast just entertaining. Like, it's Cece more so than me. But like back in college, when we were first dating, like we did host a fair amount of like board game nights and stuff for our friends from college who were still all living in the same town. And that was really fun, and it kind of reminded me of that, so it was really, really fun to do. We got dinner together. I got to show them my plant store, which I was really, really excited about. Oh, the thing that made me really happy, I kind of mentioned it at the beginning, is I did get to show off the mantises to them. Boba's partner has like this insane camera. Like,
I have footage.
Oh, of the mantis? Oh, that's so cool. I haven't seen it yet. So I got to show off the mantises. There's, I think, 5 of them actually. Although one is definitely missing a back leg. It almost died earlier today, but it's okay. I saved it. I did. It got stuck in a web in like its one good back leg, and I saw a spider going for it. It was the most like, I have never felt more like God in my life, because I intervened and saved that mantis's life, because I think that spider was going to go in for the kill. And I was like, no, live, mantis, live. I need you to eat more of the ants and the aphids, please. So I sprayed the area with water to free it from the web that it was stuck in and washed the spider away a little bit. So the spider's fine. Like the spider will go, it'll find more food, it'll be chill. There's plenty of food in that garden for it. It does not need to eat my other predators. Especially a predator that's already like down a limb. But there was one, the point is he has this really fancy camera. That has like I think it's a very shallow depth of field, so it can get really zoomed in. And we actually caught one of my mantises mid-molt. So if you're not familiar with insects at all, oftentimes they will shed their skins completely in order to grow. So my largest mantis, the one that I showed off actually last time on the photo that I shared, she molted again recently, and she's actually still molting. The last I saw her, she was, yes. There she is. Oh, it looks so good. That's so cool. So yeah, like so he got shots of her like sitting there shedding skin. She still has a little bit of it stuck on her back legs, so I'm hoping like by tomorrow she'll be fully free, and then I can confidently be like, okay, she's fine. Because I will admit, like I know it's natural, but I'm stressed for her. Like I have grown attached. I haven't named them yet. I should name them. I haven't named them yet, but like I feel like we're getting to that point. But yeah, that was my adventures yesterday. I had a great time. I ate some good food, got to hang out with some great people. I look forward to being able to hang out with them all again on Thursday. We do have plans, fingers crossed, to do a fun shoot on Thursday night. And so that afternoon, I think they're gonna come over early and we're gonna get some board gaming in before we do some work. And that's at the point where I hope we get to play Wavelength. But even if we don't end up doing the shoot, I think they're still coming over to just like hang out, because I think Boba and her partner are like bouncing and going back home the Friday after, which is like the next day. So it'll be nice to hang out with them one more time before they leave, potentially get some more content together. Thank you for subscribing, Bobo Coco-san. It's lovely to have you join us. Don't name them, it would get out of control, like us at the work naming ducklings. Why would you name the ducklings at work? That just seems unhealthy. There's so many of them. Like, at least with the mantises, there's 5 of them, and like realistically, it'll be fine. Like, listen, okay, as attached as I am to the bugs, I literally thought about this as I saved the life of one of the mantises today. And I went, because I noticed that it was missing a leg, and I was like, okay, you're probably going to die. Like, I've already accepted that one is probably not, I'm honestly surprised it's as big as it is. It's about like an inch long. So it's definitely smaller than some of the other ones. Like the one mantis, the one that's molting right now, is probably 3 inches now. Like I think when she finally like finishes the molt and like can extend herself fully, I think she'll be, like her body might be like 2.5 inches to 3 inches. Which is pretty impressive. Like I'm very, very excited that she's gotten so big. And there's at least 2 or 3 others that I get around that same size, although they might be males, so they may not get as big. I know the difference isn't like that huge, like I thought it was. Like I was under the impression for the longest time that like male mantises were like half the size of a female mantis, and that's not true.
That was like seahorses.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of like seahorses too, but that's apparently not true. They're just like a smidgen smaller than the females. It's very interesting to me because the 2 that I think might be females are both brown, and the one that I think might be a boys are all green. I don't know if that's actually like if they color code like that, but it would be interesting. The main reason I like am okay with knowing that they're gonna pass is I'm like, listen, they've already been killing and eating a bunch of other bugs in the garden, right? Who, in theory, do their own things and have their own processes for helping make things happen in life. Like, it's all part of the life cycle. The circle of life. All right, and so I've accepted that they're gonna eventually die. Here's the other thing. even if I get super lucky and my dream comes true and one of the females meets one of the males, they fall in love and produce an egg sac so that I don't have to buy it from a store, I can just naturally have a little mantis farm going in my backyard. That would make me extremely excited. Would be really freaking cool. However, I don't expect that to happen. I expect all of them to live, to eat, and then to die. So there will be no headstones. I might eventually name some of them just because I think they're cute. I say hi to them every morning. I go out and I check on them. I'm like, hello everybody, how are we doing? And that's about the extent of, I want to make sure that they're doing all right. And I like to keep track of like, when are they dying? When do I need to potentially go get more? Because the aphids are like, the nice thing is I've actually found one that has been living specifically in my rose bushes. And every single time new buds start forming on those rose bushes, the aphids just appear. They appear like magic and just sit there on the freaking buds of the plants. But not anymore, because that mantis that's living in the rose bushes is destroying them. She's doing so, he or she, I actually don't know. This one is like a little bit bigger than the ones that I think are male, but it is green. So I'm not sure if that matters. And so I'm just gonna, it is doing a great job. The little bug, my beautiful little mantis friend, my little tyrannid is doing great work. And I'm glad so many of them have survived, because honestly, this is the first year that I've had any of them survive. The ladybugs always do fine. The ladybugs always survive and then they peace out. They don't last very long. They also will fly away. They have wings. And because if they run out of food, if they've like cleared all the aphids that are on something and they don't come back quickly enough, the ladybugs are like, cool, we're gonna go find more food, goodbye. And I go, see you later, thanks for helping. But the mantises have been hanging out. It's been great. I want them to spawn. All right, I think me rambling for about 40 minutes is pretty good. Oh, real quick, actually, before we finish, 2 things. How did we like the recap show of Kamen Rider? How did everybody like the recap episode of Kamen Rider? Also, more importantly, but still tied to Kamen Rider, please enjoy what I'm pretty sure are claw machine game plushie that I bought from Toku Collectibles, because I had to, because they're Nox. Look how cute they are. He's my favorite. I thought he was gonna be my favorite because I like the suits. Like Nox's suit is really cute, but like, no, he and his little beautiful golden amber, like orange anime eyes and his little outfit, so cute. Also, slightly better quality because like, dude, what is happening on this foot? Like, do you see how like it's just really exposed? This is why I think these are claw game machine toys, because they're roughly the quality of a claw game machine, especially this guy. I don't know why he's so fuzzy. He's just, I don't know, maybe it's because it's shiny. Maybe it's because the fabric's shiny, so it's showing the texture of the fibers more, but he's very like fuzzy. Yeah, you can see it, like you can see the pattern of the fabric really clearly up close. Whereas like you can kind of see it on him, but it's really not noticeable. You almost can't see it on the camera. So it's just, I don't know, it's a little bit better. He like actual Yuki, he reminds me of a little bit more of the old anime plush that I used to get at like my earliest anime conventions. Like, do you remember back when Naruto and Bleach were like brand new? They were the only thing outside of like a little bit of Full Metal Alchemist, a little bit of Sailor Moon, and a little bit of Gundam that you could actually find at anime conventions. And they had like this style of he'll sit, like they sit themselves so that you can put them on a shelf and do like a cute little display as an obsessive fan of like all of the Naruto characters, all of the Bleach characters. I had so many of them. He reminds me of that. Like he's the same scale. We enjoyed the relax episode. Oh, okay, first of all, Captain Common Geek, of course I still like Nox enough. I didn't say that I suddenly did not like Nox. I just said that I was sad with where his character's direction had gone, and I was a little less interested now because he was being too mopey. I don't like mopey characters. Like, in Kamen Rider Geats, when Keiwa started, the only thing that saved Keiwa when he started being a little emo bitch was the fact that he was kind of hilarious as it. But when they have like no level of, it's really Kekara. Kekara, like, just pushing him and egging him on really made that okay. But normally when characters go into I'm gonna be a little emo bitch mode, I get so irritated. I hate that. I can't deal with it anymore. Like, I'm just like, I don't mind edgelords, but please don't be just a whingy, mopey, I'm gonna go be by myself because I'm just moping and nothing in life is going the way that I wanted it to. I've fulfilled my purpose and now there's nothing left for me because that's all I was worth. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. He needs to find worth because he's worthwhile. He's beautiful. I love him. So I don't want him to just be this mopey, I have nothing now to do with my life person. Not that it really matters, but we're gonna solve hopefully that in the coming episodes. Whereas Dawn is exactly the kind of character that I like. He is hot-headed. He is kind of like erotic a lot of the times with his, like, he's very flamboyant. I love flamboyant characters. Whether or not they're actually like meant to be flamboyant, like gay flamboyant, or just flamboyant, he's off his rocker doing weird things. Like 3 also really got me. I loved him the minute he did that stupid face in that one episode, or the opening or whatever, where he was like, that sold me, because that to me is him actually just being a high school punk. And I love high school punks. Like, Japan has the best high school punks around, and I will fight you about that because using Yusuke Urameshi, okay? I will just have him finger gun you and you'll be gone.
No, finger bang.
Or finger bang. Yeah, finger bang you, and you'll just be gone. I love punks. One of my favorite tropes, I'm actually really excited. I saw an announcement, just to continue the anime talk for just a little bit before we move on. I saw an announcement for a continuation of the live action GTO with the same actor that played it, that played Onizuki. Yeah, he's played him twice. He's now playing him as an old man, but he played him back in the 90s first live action adaptation for Great Teacher Onizuki. And if you don't Onizuka, sorry. Onizuka. And if you've not seen that, it's a great series. I haven't watched all of it. I've mostly seen clips and I've read a little bit of the manga, but I love the character because the character inspires a lot of other series that I have read and experienced more of. Because a trope that I love in anime is the child of somebody who's in the Yakuza, possibly the boss, doesn't have to be, but they often are the boss, is kid, or like the boss is like...
It's Dawn.
Yeah, it's basically Dawn. Like that trope of what Dawn is, of like, you're the boss's kid, but you want to do something that's not Yakuza, I love. There's a great series, I don't even remember the name of it off the top of my head because it was kind of one of those long titles, but basically it was a daughter of a Yakuza boss, and she has all of the Yakuza training, she's a badass, she can fight, all of this stuff. However, she really wants to teach. Like her passion, her dream in life is to teach high school. So she ends up teaching at this delinquent high school. And it's like, I love the series, it's so good. She basically helps like the worst of the delinquent class improve. And I love narratives like that, and that's basically GTO. Like I think GTO basically inspired that trope, I'm pretty sure. Like there's probably something older, but it definitely popularized it. And I just love it so much. You just saw my video on the Total War Warhammer 40K. Did you watch the live stream they did today? I did not actually watch the live stream that they did today. I'll probably check out whatever they put out, either the VOD later on down the line, or if somebody does like a condensed like breakdown of all the updates, because I know there's probably some people doing breakdowns of like, okay, here's everything that we learned. Let's talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty confident about it. Like I said in that video, it's the most confident I felt about the Warhammer 40K Total War game since they announced it. As much as I had been anticipating and knowing that it was going to inevitably happen, because there is no way they weren't adding in all of the Skaven gunplay, all of the pirate gunplay, all of the dwarf like excess gunplay that started happening. I think there was a couple other factions, like the humans were getting more guns and stuff. Like all of that stuff that was happening in Total War Warhammer 3, with all of those faction updates where they were getting more gunpowder like weapons and such like that, and or mystic weapons that basically functioned like firearms. That was clear evidence to me that they were testing so that they could do a 40K game. Like, and if they ever come out and to try to deny that, I will not believe them, because if that is bullshit. It would be the biggest bullshit they'd ever spouted. So yeah. Oh, I completely understand that. Watch it when you get a chance to. There's no worries there. And honestly, there's really nothing to spoil in the episode. Like, there is something that happens. You can watch it later. It's very important. But the majority of the episode was just a clip recap. So it's not that big of a deal.
We're setting up for the final act.
Yeah, because we're literally setting up for the final act. I'm like, oh, we're doing that. Like when Ace did blah, because I'm not going to spoil that for you because I know you want to eventually watch Geats. So it's like, I'm like, oh, we're doing that scene. This is where we're at, and which means that everything else might be very dramatically different going forward. And it's gonna be over soon. And then we'll be on to mice, which I have adapted. I've grown to just say it that way, but it's because I don't look at the word myth anymore. I just don't read. I don't look at the logo. I just look at him and I'm like, ah, mice. But I did hear actually some good news that made me confident about potentially liking mice more than I thought I might, because I was a little worried that it was gonna fall into a little bit more of a goofier, family-friendly style that I don't mind, but isn't necessarily my favorite. And I do not vibe with the toys very well. Like, I do like some of the belts, but I don't like the egg thing. Like, how am I gonna display that? I'm not turned on by the toys in the same way that I was Geats and Zets and potentially Build. But when it comes to mice, I found out that they're treating it kind of like Kuga, in the sense that I think there's meant to be like an ancient mice common rider spirit thing that I think the new one is gonna like bond with, in the same way that Kuga was also random dude from 21st century whose soul is connected to this ancient hero. So it should be interesting. I'm very curious how they're gonna tie all of those Zodiac characters in and what all those designs are gonna look like, because in my personal experience, when Kamen Rider does like animal themes, they can be either like really good or really shit. And I'm hoping we get really good ones. So far, they've seemed fine. I'm kind of interested to see where Mice's like ultimate forms are gonna go, because they already have the like on his head he has the ears, which are like a separate piece, but it's like a thin piece. Like it's how do I describe this? It's an ornamentation that hangs off but is not structurally sound. And I'm curious how big those are gonna get. Like, is he just gonna, like, as he gets stronger, are his ears gonna get bigger? Are they gonna add more colors and like lines to that silhouette and make him like into a different type of different type of mice? Because there's like a whole ton that you could make him be. Or is it just gonna be like color palette changes? I really hope they do something interesting with it. Like, I'm a little hesitant about the designs, not because I think the first ones are bad in any capacity. I actually very much am okay with them. I would almost say I haven't seen them move much. I will admit I haven't seen enough trailers where like the suit actors are like moving around in the suits to like actually see how those things move. But like overall, as just like a pure, I'm looking at it, at first glance, I don't hate it. And I kind of like it. So we'll see how it is, but that's where I'm at with it. I think we're gonna take a very short break just so I can change scenes and everything, and we will be back with our next segment. All right, see you guys in just a moment. All right, we are back, and I wanted to talk about Dawn of War 4. Still kind of weird that they skipped the third one, but I wanted to go ahead and talk about the fourth one because we actually have a couple of narrative trailers. Now, none of this is really going to cover anything about the gameplay, but I actually haven't watched many of the narrative trailers yet to see what is the actual campaign going to be. I know that we have a little bit of a focus, obviously, on the Necrons, which is what we're seeing here in the immediate background. I do also think there is an Imperial Guard focus, and I kind of presume there's either an Orc or a Space Marine. I'm actually not sure which one it is, but we'll figure it out as we go forward. So let's go ahead and start with this first trailer and get that going. I really liked this shot. I thought it was really cool, but let's actually get to the beginning. Whoop. All right, here. Oh, actually, I'm gonna do a little test. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if my headphones were synced, and I was like, I think they are. They should have just automatically synced again, because this is the last device I use them with, but it occurred to me that I hadn't actually checked that. So let's go ahead and see what we're looking at.
We conquered these stars in eons past. We enslaved gods. We defeated death. Yet now,
Okay, I'll admit that looks sick.
to find lesser species infesting our empires.
I'm one of those lesser
They
species.
have sundered the galaxy, unleashing powers they
Yep.
do not understand. Our tombs have been destroyed. Our lower orders
So
cannot
rude.
wake.
Okay, that little turn thing that they just did following him out gave me such the Mummy vibes. Holy shit, I fucking loved it. I'm so excited for Dawn of War just because of that. I'm gonna watch it again really fast. Hold on, that was majestic, and The Mummy is my favorite movie ever. Like, yes! Oh, it's just like them. It makes me so happy.
Madness, born of slow decay, works its curse upon us.
Go, little scarabs. Repair and build.
The Zarakan dynasty needs every weapon and every warrior. So I have come to this world.
Woohoo!
The lesser
Let's go!
that think it theirs, call it. Crumb,
Holy shit, he's so cool.
it shall be ours again.
Oh my god, it's so cool.
Huh?
I honestly am really excited. Okay, again, I have had some doubts in the past, having looked at some of the game page. Let me try that again. I've had some doubts in the past with some of the very early gameplay footage that we were seeing. God, I hope it's really good because I really liked that trailer. I love Necrons so much. I really liked the fact that they did the whole, I'm gonna walk and then spin and then follow my guy. Oh my god, it reminds me, okay, so specifically, if you are not as hardcore of a Mummy fan as I am, in the first Mummy, when they finally get to Hamunaptra and Evelyn has been taken from, I almost just said Brendan Fraser, but Rick O'Connell, and he's going to save her. He ends up fighting a lot of the, I don't actually remember what they're named off the top of my head right now. I was trying to think about it as I was talking and failing completely. So it's just the Royal Guard, basically, that are left there, but they summon some mummies. Stupid Robert does it because that's Evelyn's brother. Or Jonathan, sorry. Stupid Jonathan does it and summons some mummies, but Imhotep takes control of them and sends them after. But the way that they move is very similar to those Necron guards. And I know it's probably not meant to specifically evoke the Mummy necessarily, but hot damn does it. Hot damn does it. I absolutely loved it. So that was our first trailer. Really liking it. I mean, it's pretty standard. It's kind of what you would expect from Necrons. Our tomb worlds are being destroyed. We've been awoken. What are these stupid, like, lesser beings taking over our areas? Don't they know the galaxy is ours? We shall crush them with our infinite numbers. So pretty standard stuff. I like it. Nothing super innovative, but I do think the graphics look amazing. And frankly, I'm pretty hyped. Next up, we're going to go ahead and look. This looks like it might be the Mechanicus. Okay. Ooh. You know, that doesn't actually surprise me, and I should have presumed that they would be Mechanicus, considering they are often paired with the Necrons, as they are foils of each other, because the Mechanicus are... I mean, they worship the Void Dragon, which is a Necron deity. It's a Ton, specifically. But on top of that, they are literally the machine spirit worshipping folks of the Imperium, and that's kind of how the Necrons are, but like on the Xeno side. It's not exactly the same. They don't worship the machine spirit, but like they are the tech bros. They're foils of each other on the tech side of 40K. So I think it'll be cool to watch this. Let's go ahead and take a look and see. I assume these are the guys who are just potentially destroying some of the Necrons' tomb worlds, actually, and causing problems and making... like being the pain in the ass for the Necrons. So let's see what we got.
Xenos entities detected. Advise maximum vigilance protocol.
Yeah, that's valid. That's the protocol I would advise too when I have a Xeno presence.
All that is Xenos is beyond the omniscience light.
There is knowledge to be harvested here. All knowledge is sacred.
I'm not sure that's true.
All must be known by the machine. This is sacred truth.
I do agree with the tech priest. Oh.
I see to your wisdom.
God, I love servitors. They're so cool. Oh, you activated one of them, didn't you? Okay, well that might have activated them.
Ingress, protection, or containment.
Xenos active.
Commence harvest.
Well, they're definitely the ones waking them up, aren't they? They're definitely the ones waking them up.
Threat level rising.
Oh, they just keep coming. Okay, that was kind of cool. I do like when the servo arms get used for combat and not just holding guns, but get to crush things.
Knowledge is sacred. It must endure.
Okay. Wonder if he's a Magos. With how haunched he is.
We of the machine. All is eternal in the machine.
Oh, wait. At the end, were those Skitarii coming out of the... Wait, what? Yeah, so she's fighting a bunch of the Necrons, kicking ass, probably gonna die. The servitor leaves to go catch up with Bro, who's advancing further into the tomb.
All is eternal in the machine.
Were those? Is that a Skitarii?
Machine.
Where?
Right there. That's Mechanicus, right?
Yeah.
Where are they coming from? Okay.
All is eternal in the machine.
Fascinating. Okay, I liked that trailer up until the very end because I swear, like, he's going into, you know, we can look, we can scroll back, in fact, And that last shot, like that far shot, where are you going into?
All is eternal in the machine.
Yep, all is eternal in the machine. Maybe, okay, here's my theory. Here's my theory as to why this looks kind of weird and why I was a little confused. I thought they were walking into the tomb. I think they might be walking out of the tomb. It's really unfortunate that she might be dead when there's literally an ass load of something. I don't actually know if this is they don't look like Skitarii to me. So I think this might be a newer unit that I'm less familiar with for the Mechanicus, so I do apologize. I feel like I'm completely failing on my nerd cred right now. But I just don't recognize the unit, and I'm not like Mechanicus is not my normal jam, so I just don't know them super well. But it's a shame that she seems like she might have died, considering they were literally right there, feet maybe, from where she's knocked that crystal down. And now, what? It just, man, the Imperium's rough, ain't it? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go ahead and check out our last one. Okay, orcs. That's what I was expecting as well. Look how beautiful and big he is. I do love the orcs. Gosh, I love Xenos so much. But let's get to the beginning of the trailer and see what we're looking at. A big wah is what we better be looking at. Boredom! God, I love orcs so much.
Engine damage catastrophic.
I forget, are the 4 playable races to begin with Dawn of War 4 going to be...
3 plus space.
Okay, so it's Space Marine, Orc, Necron, and Mechanicus then. Okay, cool. You know, for some reason I really thought there was an Imperial Guard.
They've been featured.
Have they? Or have they been featured in...
That's in Total War.
I was going to say, I think they've been featured in Total War. That's right, because that Billy thing that we watched did have the Guard in it. Okay, that's what I'm getting confused. No! My Orc boys! No! I mean, it's great to see the Blood Ravens, but God, my Orcs! The Orcs, no! My little fungus boys. So rude. So rude. All right, well, the Imperium's getting its comeuppance, so it's fine. Oh, wah! More darker! Always more darker! It's so good. Yes, the orcs definitely have mechanical enhancements. For sure. I think they're blowing up their own ship. Oh, bro almost got sucked into space. Oh, he definitely got sucked into space. And then got teleported back to his own ship? He definitely like orc magicked away with that purple and green swirly shit.
Crashing in a panic. Yeah, good. They won't get away this time. Crash faster.
Crash faster? Hit the big red button, make us go faster. God, you gotta love orc logic. You gotta love orc logic of load ship, hit button to make crash fast. Wah! He's so good. He's so big. He's so glorious. Who am I gonna want to play first?
Hey, go check out their channel. Make sure there isn't a Space Marine.
A Space Marine one? Okay.
Yeah. So if you just go to Dawn of War 4.
Yeah, let's check it out.
So let's see. Those are reports.
Here's the Mechanicus orc CGI.
It's a CGI trailer.
We have the Dark Angels. I think the Marine one is just the announcement.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, really?
I don't
Okay.
think they've done that one yet.
Okay, because yeah, I'm seeing
What
orc.
about the Dark Angels trailer?
Let's take a look.
Yep.
I understand and wish to proceed.
They
That
don't have that.
Fighting some Necrons. This we actually get to see a little bit more of the actual gameplay too, which is kind of nice. So speaking of which, I'm gonna pause. So this is our UI. And it's definitely reminiscent of classic Dawn of War UI for sure. Why is the map tilted like that? Why do they have it on a slight... It's just like... I want to straighten it so badly. Ugh. It really bothers me because everything else on this UI is extremely straight and uniform.
Hey,
like,
why does everything gotta be straight?
They doesn't. But like, why is that one piece on the UI crooked? It makes it look weirdly crooked when it's not. I think it's just supposed to be on like an angle for reasons. I don't know. Like I legitimately don't get it. But like I saw it, I noticed it immediately. It set me afire. Okay, but otherwise this does look pretty standard. It looks pretty good. Let's continue to see like what they're doing. Do they do Dutch angles for all maps? I just don't feel like I've noticed that. Like legit, I just don't know if I've actually noticed the Dutch angle on like, I'll have to look at like, do they do that in the OG Dawn of War and I just never noticed?
I thought it was like fully 45 degrees, but...
Maybe it's because the map in Dawn of War, I remember having a lot of more ornamentation around it. So while it might have been at a 45-degree angle, I may not have noticed it because the ornamentation of the border that basically housed the map blended into, I think, the like where your units went, like that UI element. Maybe I'm misremembering it. It has been like a couple years since I played Dawn of War, but like, I don't know. It's so weird to me. I really noticed it in that scene. Like I just really noticed it. It's so strange. But honestly, this makes me pretty excited. I said it the other day when I was talking about Total War Warhammer 40K, and I'll say it right now about Dawn of War 4. When they first announced them and first like showed off any kind of trailer featuring anything about the game, I was a little nervous because everything really looked less ready than I was hoping when they finally announced. Like, Dawn of War 4 is the more surprising of the two. Total War Warhammer 40K is not surprising to me that that's happening. As I said earlier, the fact that like Creative Assembly has been basically testing their firearms mechanics throughout the last several expansions in Total War Warhammer 3, like, is obvious. Like that, so that was inevitable. Dawn of War 4 was kind of we would love to see another one that's not like Dawn of War 3 come out. And it does seem right now like we're getting that. And I'm optimistic. I am going to play this when it comes out on the channel, if you guys would be interested in that, in the same way that I do plan on checking out Total War Warhammer 40K and doing some of the campaign in that. I don't know, like, depending on how those videos do, will determine whether or not we go through like a full campaign in them, or if we just kind of try it out and then move on. Because it really depends on how good they are. Like, I want them to be good. I want to have a good RTS to play. I love having a good 4X to play. Like, I want them to be excellent. Right now, graphically, they're looking pretty good. Narratively, they're sounding pretty cool. Just gotta nail that actual gameplay, guys. Please just nail the gameplay. But I'm really excited for these, and hopefully you guys will let me know what you think down below. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and stop recording now for the YouTube video, but thank you guys for watching those with me. And we'll go ahead and move on to...
You weren't allowed to talk to chat during that, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. And I was a little bit. They were definitely talking a little bit, but not a huge amount. It's totally triggered my OCD, exactly. The next thing that I want to have us take a look at is going to be something that's a little bit more in the TCG side of things, because we're going to be looking at a Magic video, specifically from Tolarian Community College. So let me go ahead and just get my next recording set up real quick, chat, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Yeah, remember to preface with your background.
Yes, I'm going to. Okie dokie, start recording. So, to preface before we go into this video by Tolarian Community College, which I'm a big fan of, and I'm excited to see what he actually has to say about this, because I tend to agree with some of the high points when it comes to his feelings on the intellectual properties and magic. But for context, if you are not familiar, I actually went to school and got my degree in comic books. So comic books is a very important element of my life. Now, while I don't necessarily do too much with comic books modernly, in the sense of I don't really make my own comic books anymore, and I don't nearly draw as much as I used to, but I kind of filtered that creative energy into all of my miniature painting, I still have a passion for comic books. I was taught in school by people who worked on books like Spider-Man, and this isn't relevant for this particular video because this is focused on Marvel, but I also have been taught by people who worked for DC, working on Batman and Robin and those kinds of properties. So like, while superhero comics were never my huge jam growing up, I was definitely a manga kid. I loved manga so much. I did get into superhero comics in my college days when I actually got into my sequential art department in college, which is just the fancy word for comic books. I did end up graduating with a bachelor's degree in comic books, so I like to believe that I know what I'm talking about, but I don't. In the sense that I have not read everything. I am not super up to date with like modern comics because I haven't been following those as much. Because I will say right off the bat, and this is one of the prefaces for my personal feelings towards the Marvel tie-in with Magic the Gathering when it comes to their Universes Beyond product. There is a time, especially when I was in college, if Magic had announced them doing this collab, I would have like probably like shit myself and been so excited. Like it would have been insane. It would have been hype because when I was in college, that's when Disney, or actually that's when Marvel started having their big boom of movies. Iron Man 1 came out when I was like peak into my degree, fully invested, ready to make comics, and had fallen in love with superhero comics just before that. And then the movies started to come out, and Iron Man 1 was amazing. So I have like really mixed feelings about this idea because like if it had happened back then, I think I would have been all over it. It would have been the coolest thing in the world. I probably would have bought so much of it. Modernly, especially considering that I have seen a lot of the Spider-Man cards, which is the other Marvel tie-in that was a big deal that they did a full set for Magic. Oh, it did not wow me. So I'm curious to see what the professor has to say and to see what his opinion on this is and whether or not it kind of lines up with mine, because I will probably not be getting too many of these cards. Like they're gonna have to do some really cool shit with these cards to really make it worth my while, because the Infinity Stone cards don't really do anything for me. They don't move me. My particular love of Magic is simply playing Commander and also collecting the cards. And while I'm sure I know some of those cards are good in Commander, I just use the pre-builds. I'm a basic bitch. I really just like to play with the pre-builds. I just want to have a quick casual game that's fun and easy, that is super comprehensible, and I don't really like building my own decks. It doesn't get me off in any capacity. So I just do the pre-cons. So like my venture into this is purely mostly almost collecting, more so than even playing. And so like, unless the cards are just insanely gorgeous, I can't see myself being into this. But without further ado, I've rambled plenty. Let's go ahead and watch the video. You met the professor Friday last week? That's awesome!
Sets on Marvel superheroes, many Magic the Gathering players ask the question, was Marvel Superheroes a good set? Now, I don't mean in terms of aesthetics or even personal preferences with regards to Marvel or Universes Beyond. Rather, if we were to look at Marvel superheroes critically and objectively as possible, was this a well-made set? In this video, I want to evaluate.
Okay, I actually, so this is one of the reasons I actually like the professor a lot, because he does try his darndest to look at things like this critically. And I also want to just add very quickly, because I am a fan of some of the Universes Beyond sets. Some of you guys who are long-term fans of this channel will know that I bought 2 of the collector booster boxes for the Final Fantasy set, which were an astronomical amount of money. But it's because I really love Final Fantasy and I really wanted to open some of those cards, because I do get a lovely dopamine hit from opening a pack of cards. I always have since my first introduction to Pokemon back in the 90s, and it has continued through the rest of my life. Like, and I think I'll probably be opening packs until I'm dead. But there have been times where Magic has really dropped the ball, and all they've really done is like poorly reskinned cards and not had them synergize or even match thematically with the characters. And it seems like that's gonna be the focus of this video, so I'm pretty excited for that, because one of the things I did love about Final Fantasy, outside of the fact that I thought the art was gorgeous and the aesthetics absolutely did matter to me, and I know that they matter to a lot of people, but that's not the point of this video. But the point is the Final Fantasy ones, they spent a lot of time on them, and the cards actually made sense, and they basically synergized with each other well and actually made for a good game. Mind-blowing, I know. But for some reason, when they do their IP stuff, sometimes they just shit themselves and they're like, no, we're gonna do nothing to help the like quality of this game improve or actually make these cards make any sort of sense thematically with the cards that we're like having them represent and such. So I'm really curious to see what happened to the Marvel ones and whether or not they actually synergize or not, whether or not they're fun to play with.
Evaluate Marvel's superheroes through the lens of game design, stripping away the Marvel skin. Regardless of how you, I, or anyone feels about Universes Beyond as a whole, or this property in particular, how does this set stand on its own merits as a full-size, fully draftable, standard legal expansion set? And thus, this video will serve as a comprehensive evaluation of Marvel superheroes.
That was actually the thing that I really liked about the Final Fantasy. It drafted well. That was really cool. I think a lot of I think a lot of Magic the Gathering's non-Universes Beyond sets draft better.
What?
Like, I really think they draft better. Like Bloomborough drafted beautifully. I remember the Dragonstorm of Tarkir drafted really well. Honestly, I think Strixhaven, the newest Secrets of Strixhaven, also drafted really well. So like, I do think traditionally they do draft better, but
the good, the bad,
some of them can do
everything in between. In it, we will identify the philosophy that guided the set's development, dig into its card pool and mechanics, and examine how
Love
the
that.
pieces come together as a unified product. Was Marvel Superheroes a success
I'm down.
or a failure or somewhere in between? And what grade would you give it overall? Let's take a look. And as the sun is indeed setting on Marvel's superheroes, I would also like to take this opportunity to give away 4 collector booster boxes of
Oh my God.
superheroes from me to you, courtesy of Whatnot.
You know, I will say, because I haven't actually looked at the product too much, I actually forgot it was already out. The box design is at least cool.
Commander decks. How many of those were there? 4. What's the most infamous card from those commander decks? Don't answer that question. Just tune into Whatnot and maybe walk away with a collector booster box of Marvel superheroes. Whatnot is just like if Twitch and eBay had a baby. People such as myself are able to do streams where we give away prizes.
You were at MagicCon? That's awesome.
And most importantly, hang out with you.
I really want to go to MagicCon at some point. I think that would be really neat. Like, it's not something that's like, I don't think I'd ever get like an invite to it. I don't think I'd ever like be a guest in any capacity, but just being able to go see everything that happens at it, see some of like, because I watch a lot of Magic YouTubers, including the Professor, Wubby's one of them as well. So like, it'd be cool to kind of like see them in the crowd and be like, oh my God, there they are. And then move on with my life and then go and look and buy probably some cool cards, because that would be neat. So yeah, one day MagicCon might be what I do.
Look at design philosophy. Marvel Superheroes is a top-down set derived from nearly a century's worth of source material. A top-down design is one where a card's flavor informs its design from the start, rather than designing mechanics first and finding flavor to fit the card later. Bottom-up designs are coherent game pieces regardless of what flavor you attach to them, whereas if you stripped the flavor from a top-down card, its design no longer makes sense. It's only in the context of its flavor that the card feels complete. Neither method is inherently better than the other. Rather,
That's an interesting
each
breakdown,
serves
actually. Like, I don't think I've ever had like the breakdown of like top-down design versus like bottom-down design, but that was actually really like nice to see.
purposes.
Thanks, Professor.
Sheep and Dragon, like many of the most iconic creatures from Alpha, is a top-down design. Richard Garfield wanted to design a dragon card for his new fantasy-inspired trading card game. What are some traits of a dragon? Well, they're big, they fly, and they breathe fire. Lo and behold, we get a 6-mana red 5/5 with flying and an ability that lets you pay red mana to increase
Yeah, that
its
makes
power
sense.
temporarily. Compare this to Grey Ogre. Is there any particular trait that would suggest an ogre would be a 3-mana red 2/2 with no abilities? Not really. In that case, Richard felt a generic 3-mana red creature with 2 power and toughness was a card he wanted to include at the common rarity slot, and then assigned it a fantasy monster he felt.
Okay, this has nothing to do with what he's talking about, but I just want to go back very briefly. Hold on, wait. Note to the Richard. The official Richard Garfield PhD card. You may play cards as though they were other cards of your choice with the same mana cost. You cannot choose the same card twice. Mana cost includes color. And yeah, he doth spake, and yea, he doth spake, let there be magic. Excellent. What a beautiful card. All right, back to the professor.
Then assigned it a fantasy monster he felt reasonably fit that description. Individual top-down designs are present in virtually every Magic the Gathering set dating back to Alpha, but sometimes an entire set will be designed with a top-down mentality. Universes beyond sets like Final Fantasy.
I was gonna say Final Fantasy, I think, was a top-down design set as well.
Marvel superheroes are always top-down. That's because
Oh, and you
Magic's
go theme
game
first?
designers
Yes.
are adapting existing, well-established characters, world building, and themes to fit within the mechanics of the game. Though not every card in Marvel Superheroes is a top-down design, signs of the broader top-down philosophy are visible throughout the card file. For one thing, this
Honestly,
is a
that makes me
character and
happy.
story beat.
Like, that's exactly what I was hoping for with this set, and it makes me at least mildly more optimistic for it actually being a slightly more draftable set, as opposed to, say, the TMNT or even the Spider-Man one before, which is still a Marvel title, but because it was solely focused on Spider-Man and half the cards were just the Spider-Man, comma, noir or whatever, because it was just the various spider people that exist in the Spider-Verse now. And that's all they did was just spider people. And that's what I was worried this was going to be. Like, I was really worried that this was going to end up being more like that and not like Final Fantasy, but it seems like it's going to be a bit more like Final Fantasy.
Focused set rather than a setting and story arc focused one. Most in-universe Magic sets are designed to establish or convey an iconic setting like Ravnica or Tarkir, then depict a story unfolding in that setting. These settings sprang from a desire to create a 2-color and a 3-color faction set respectively. Marvel Superheroes does not depict a single story, nor does it really depict a singular unified
And it couldn't
setting
really.
within the broader universe of Marvel. The closest we get to this are the 20 non-basic lands depicting specific locations in the Marvel universe. Most of these lands, in particular,
The only way I actually feel like a Marvel set would be able to do that and have like a cohesive story is it would have to be like, okay, we're telling the narrative of the first like 3 Avengers movies or something like that. Like, it would have to be like, or they'd have to go and be like, we're specifically picking Civil War to talk about or something like that. That is the only way Marvel would be able to do what Professor's describing of having a cohesive narrative through all of the cards.
That's what verses used to be.
Right. Which is my other like hesitation with Marvel doing this, because it just kind of makes me go, but isn't this just Versus? So I'm kind of curious to see more about this because of that. Because like right now I'm kind of optimistic because I like the top-down focus on design. That's what they did with Final Fantasy, and they did that the majority of those cards, which did make it more draftable. I think why the frack Magic the Gathering and Wizards of the Coast doesn't do top-down design obviously for every intellectual property tie-in that they do kind of blows my mind, actually. Like, you would think that would be the logical choice, but apparently they don't.
Particular, the dual lands are bottom up. The designers wanted 10 gain lands at common and 5 new ally colored duals at rare, and chose locations from Marvel IP that they felt best fit the colors each land could tap for. 128 of the 170 cards in Marvel Superheroes are legendary, the most of any set in Magic history. While
What?
This is an understandable way to depict the sheer volume of
What? 128 of over 3/4 of the set is legendary creatures?
I don't know if that word means what it used to mean no more.
Oh my god. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. There's like a bazillion characters they could choose from. And both on the hero side and then simultaneously on the villain side to foil all of those heroes. But oh my god, 128? That's too many. That's too many legendary creatures.
In the Marvel
Holy
universe.
shit.
It is not a design choice that Wizards would ever make in a universes within set. There simply aren't enough recognizable characters in Magic to pack that many named characters.
That's so
in
many.
a single set. More importantly, from a game design standpoint, making more than 75% of a set's creatures legendary creates serious gameplay constraints, especially in draft. Legendary is a
Okay, so draft
top-down
may actually hurt
designation
more.
originally intended to give certain cards more flavor weight, but the legend rule also creates a built-in mechanical drawback that serves to balance a powerful card. The most legends to ever appear in an in-universe set was 48 of the 160 creatures in Outlaws of Thunder Junction. By contrast, the fewest legends to
It's
appear
crazy.
in a full-size Universes Beyond set were the 69 of 158 creatures in Avatar. The designers of Marvel Superheroes did find a clever solution to the challenge of a legend-dense set, the rarity division between legends and non-legends. Every common creature in the set is non-legendary. More boldly, every uncommon, rare, and mythic creature is legendary. This is an unprecedented design decision. The 3 prior full-size Universes Beyond sets, Lord of the
Wouldn't that mean that they have like a stupidly large number of uncommons and rares then in the set? Because if they're making it so that only uncommons and ups are legendary creatures and anything that's common is just a normal creature, isn't
Commons are only like a third of the set, yeah.
Yeah, but like, I still feel like you have 128 out of like, you only have like 60 cards that are common.
Dupes a lot.
Well, or not even necessarily that. You only have like 60 cards or so that are non-legendary. Because like you can still have rares and uncommons that are not legendary creatures, but are still rares and uncommons because they're like really powerful instants or really powerful enchantments. I mean, for example, the Infinity Stone is probably not a legendary creature. It's probably an artifact or something like that.
Yes,
It's probably still a legendary artifact though. Yes. So it still probably qualifies for that number. Okay, but still, like that's wild.
of the Rings, Final Fantasy, and Avatar each included multiple non-legendary uncommons and rares.
I'm gonna crack a soda real quick while we continue to watch
By
this.
drawing such a clear delineation between which creatures are legendary and which are not, the designers of Marvel Superheroes accomplished 2 things at once. First and foremost, they managed to make all 128 legends in the set feel legendary. Legends
Okay,
are
that's
supposed to
impressive.
stand out.
If they've actually made them
Three-quarters of
feel
the creatures in the
different
set
and
are
legendary.
legendary, it would be easy for them to blend together. But in Marvel, every creature distinct enough to be an uncommon, rare, or mythic gets the legendary designation and a name, not to mention a power level
Okay, I can kind of see that.
of its source material. As for the gameplay implications, the rarity divide creates a unique texture for Marvel superheroes. If a creature is strong enough to be an uncommon, rare, or mythic, then you only get to have one copy of it in play. This is not a choice I'd want to see often, but as a way to distinguish recognizable characters from outside IP, drawing this line is a legitimate feat of game design.
Interesting.
Speaking of recognizable characters, the design team hit countless top-down home runs in this set. I'm particularly impressed with characters significant enough to receive multiple cards at different rarities. Steve Rogers, for instance, is represented by both an uncommon and a mythic. The uncommon has to be weaker without downplaying the iconic hero. The solution, Captain America Living Legend, focuses on his leadership and teamwork, inspiring his allies to work harder than they would on their own, rather than Cap doing anything big and splashy himself. Meanwhile,
I mean,
his
I
mythic
like
card
that. That's cool.
focuses on his durability, hand-to-hand combat prowess, and his natural instincts to put his own body on the line to protect his friends. There are so many such.
Okay, I really actually like that take, and it is nice to see that this much thought was gone in to the Marvel franchise. Here's one of the reasons I was so concerned. Okay, I gave you the context that I was a comic book nerd, and so much so that I went to school for, right? While I did not read a lot of Marvel and DC growing up, I was definitely a DC girl. I watched a lot of the cartoons, but I didn't read a lot of the comics because frankly, I didn't know where to freaking start because there were too many series and they all talked about the same freaking people. So I was very confused on where to actually begin when it came to like Marvel and DC. But I at least was like, well, the series has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and then it just stops. So I can just follow that, and that's where I can get my fix on my superhero needs. So, like, it's nice to see that so much respect has been put on the Marvel series. And we're not even all the way through this video, but just with the description of how these two Captain America cards function, their rarity actually meaning something, and it being a way for the designers to showcase important elements that fans love about these characters in two separate ways that are engaging both mechanically in regards to the game, as well as tie-in and like aesthetically for fans of Captain America. And I imagine they do this, and when I paused the video, it kind of sounded like he was about to say that apparently they did this a lot. And I really like that because one of the things that really pleased me about Final Fantasy is how much care and effort and respect went into that brand. And I don't really feel that when I saw reviews and looked at the art for Spider-Man. So my concern was that Marvel was gonna, like the overall Marvel brand was gonna get the exact same treatment Spider-Man did, which I just really, which pissed me off because my favorite professor in college, who is unfortunately no longer with us, but he created the Scarlet Spider-Man. Like that was his design. He created that character. And the fact that like, it's really cool that Marvel made a card of it, but the card doesn't really like necessarily, like it could just kind of fit for like Peter Parker or a lot of the other Spider-Mans because they were all the Spider-Man and they didn't really do anything for it. So like knowing that a franchise that people I highly value and respect was treated with respect going into another intellectual property really makes me happy because I feel like that's not something that they always do. They don't always treat each other with respect.
Such examples of brilliant top-down designs throughout the set. The Sentry card demonstrates the risk his existence poses and his ability to single-handedly keep that risk in check. Kingpin fittingly receives Orzhov's signature extort keyword and an ability that mechanically conveys how a tough guy with no superpowers can still pose a potent threat in combat. The Wolverine card conveys his brawling nature and unique healing capabilities through a never-before-seen mechanic. This new mechanic is noteworthy.
Are they supposed to be
because it's
fighting in that
present
shot?
In lieu of the regenerate mechanic. Though the canonical Wolverine can regenerate, the Wolverine magic card could not have regenerate. Regeneration removes the creature from combat, and Wolverine would never remove himself from combat. Finally, I mentioned that the set focuses on story beats rather than arcs. These are depicted not only through card artwork, but in the names and mechanics of many non-creature spells to great effect. Cards like Frozen in Ice, I Am Iron Man, and Avengers Disassemble. These cards marry recognizable moments in Marvel lore with established card effects.
You know what partially I think is
impossible for Marvel.
Sorry, Professor, I'm going to pause you real quick. I think what is possibly making this so dramatically different from the Spider-Man set is that Spider-Man's still focused on one of the hit media that's not just specifically the comic books, because they really hyperfixated on universe, or I almost called it Universes Beyond. That's just what the brand is called, on the Spider-Verse movies. That's why there were so many of the various Spider-Man variants, is because they really like focused on that because it was so popular, it was really well done. The animation's freaking amazing, and the story is really good, right? So they kind of focused on that, but they really did a bad job of only fixating on like the characters and making people want to collect all of those different Spider-Men, as opposed to making like a really fun playable draft set. With this one, it like they completely, it looks like they freaking learned a lesson based off of their experience with the Spider-Man set, because obviously the Spider-Man set had to have been developed before this one. So they could have been like they clearly, now obviously I don't think there was that much time in between, so they probably didn't make that many dramatic changes. But just knowing that they're actually focusing on like the MCU, which has almost 20 years now, if not more, of content to pull from, like that is spectacularly ingrained in everybody's minds because of the pop cultural impact that they had. Like, I'm glad to see that they're actually utilizing that, respecting it all. Oh God, I don't think I'm going to get any of these cards still. Like, I do like the art for the most part. And I'm really glad that it's playable. Maybe down the line, I'll get some if like the price for like the collector booster box goes down or something like that. But overall, like I'm at least pleased to see that it sounds like it's a decent set.
Marvel superheroes to avoid comparison to its Marvel predecessor, Spider-Man. This is Wizards of the Coast's second standard legal set, born of their collaboration with Marvel Comics. The first, Spider-Man, was a resounding disaster. Widely considered to be one of the worst Magic the Gathering sets of all time, Spider-Man was full of rushed,
really bad,
uninspired, and flat-out boring cards that overshadowed a few genuine design triumphs, like Spider-Punk and Miles Morales. Though technically draftable as the first implementation of the new four-player pick-2 draft, the limited environment was an unbalanced mess of lackluster archetypes and tepid gameplay. By comparison, Marvel Superheroes is a significant improvement. The set clearly had plenty of time to cook, the way most standard expansions do. Cards are more finely tuned and distinct. No uninspired generic commons like Oscorp research teams or Craven's cats. And no cards with obvious proofreading errors.
Oh my God.
Like Silver Sable,
Craven's
who
cats
accidentally forced you to put a +1/+1 counter on an opponent's creature if she entered without another creature of your own in play. Compare the Spider-Man and Spider-Woman cards in Marvel Superheroes to the white-green and white-blue hybrid uncommons from the Spider-Man set. Marvel Superheroes Spider-People are evocative, distinct top-down designs. Web Warriors, meanwhile, is a bottom-up boar, not remotely indicative
it really
of the
is.
multiversal spider team shown in the art. Sun Spider is a little.
This is why it blows my mind that Wizards of the Coast, as a company, would not tell their designers, yo, it is mandatory that when working with somebody else's IP, that we do top-down design so that it freaking makes sense and is not boring as hell. I know that they don't care because the executives are just like, when's the next dollar coming in? But like, it's so sad
A little better.
because you would
with
think
a
that would just be what they do.
stone-forge style ETB effect, serving as a nod to Charlotte Weber's web shooter crutches. But if that's the explanation for her grabbing an equipment when she enters, why is she also capable of tutoring up an aura? What's more, Spider-Man committed the cardinal sin of printing legendary creatures at common. Aside from a single example from the experimental set Modern Horizons
I didn't realize
3,
they had done
prior to
that.
Spider-Man, we had not seen a common legend.
Yeah, I don't think
since
legendary
the
creatures should be
notorious
commons.
Disaster Homelands, which maybe not coincidentally is the set that Spider-Man has most often been compared to. Common legendary isn't just an oxymoron, it's a gameplay nightmare in draft. Statistically, commons are the rarity most likely to appear in your deck. Making it so duplicates you draw are redundant is an obnoxious and avoidable feel bad.
Makes sense. All right, yeah, let's
Set
talk mechanics.
of Marvel superheroes are another indication.
I'm just gonna pause him for a second because I also want to say, and he might actually say this down the line, but I also feel like the reason that they're doing that is simply just for brand synergy. Like, this is an unfortunate case of maybe top-down design doesn't always work in the favor in some elements, but I think also in this case, I think this is the better option than not doing what they've done, because basically you are some of these the name changes, like the whole reason he's saying, like, because basically he's saying that, you know, why not just use the existing mechanics as we know. And the party one was even I think created for specifically the D&D campaign, and I wanted to point that one out and call it out because he called it out specifically because that was also something that was developed inherently to tie in to another intellectual property. Now, in this instance, it was another Wizards of the Coast property, so they already had the rights and everything to it. It's not like they're doing anything weird there, but like that is why the party mechanic was created, since it does kind of overlap with some of the other things. Teamwork is just being used in a different realm, I think, in this instance, because like colloquially, I think would be the best way to put it. Like, if you are a comic book nerd and you're reading the comics about these characters, dear God, is teamwork thrown at you constantly. That is like half of sometimes what the even stories in these books are about how these guys need to just fucking work together and be a goddamn team. Look at half of the Avengers books. So like, or half the X-Men books for that matter. So yeah, it makes sense to me that like they're gonna probably make some semi-redundant mechanical decisions that don't actually innovate super hardcore, but at least on an aesthetic level are going to make the people who both love Magic and love the IP that they're building upon go, yes, this makes me feel so good, because it feels functional to both properties really, really nicely. Oh, yeah, I see that. Hold on. I don't know when, hold on. I'm just pausing it because I need to go back now. I don't know when it cut.
You gotta pay attention to
Yeah,
that
no, sorry.
stuff.
I was talking and I paused for a moment. So hopefully I will be able to go back quickly. Let me see if I can look at timestamps.
character-focused set, then putting the bulk of
Okay,
your
that's
design
fixed.
flourishes
Okay, that's
into
fixed, but I'm gonna go back a little bit. Let me see if I can, I'm gonna open the stream up on my app on YouTube and see if I can find out when it went out. Here we go. Sorry about that. I was definitely talking through, I think, a lot of the last little bit, and I don't think we saw that much, so hopefully we didn't miss too much. It was when the mechanical part started? Okay.
So go about 30 seconds before that, please.
Okay.
And continue.
You got it.
There.
All right.
Oxymoron. It's a gameplay nightmare in draft. Statistically, commons are the rarity most likely to appear in your deck. Making it so duplicates you draw are redundant is an obnoxious and avoidable feel bad.
All right, here we are. We're back.
The set mechanics of Marvel superheroes are another indication of the set's top-down philosophy. Absent their flavor contexts, none
More work
of
for
these
me.
mechanics are
Sorry
particularly
about that.
remarkable from a game design standpoint. Power Up, for example, depicts a creature getting more powerful later in a fight. But there are several keywords that offer a one-time boost like this in Magic. Monstrous, Adapt, and Exhaust are all functionally similar to Power Up. If you lined up these 4 keywords side by side without their names, and didn't already know which was which, it would not be easy to match each name to each ability. Does the Teamwork keyword feel any more like a mechanical depiction of teamwork than Convoke?
This is what I was talking about, of like teamwork is specifically in there because this is a Marvel IP and because they are doing the top-down design. Maybe it's redundant of some of the other rules that he's about to go over, but that keyword is very key in the brains of any Marvel fan. You're reading the Marvel comics, half of the books are about how the team needs to work together, right? Like that's almost always part of some narrative or some portion of the narrative, and like half of the narratives just overall for a superhero comic book. The team isn't working together. We need to get them back together and do their job and actually function as a team so we can actually save the day, especially with Avengers, right? So it makes sense. I'm not going to be too upset by this. Like, if he really kind of knocks this set down because of this, I kind of understand you are being just like objective, but the top-down design, I think, covers this, and I think it's going to hit with more people. So let's do it. Let's go back in
Affinity for creatures
and make sure that we actually got sound still. Good.
Do plan enchantments feel any more like plans than Zendikar's expeditions do? Though these mechanics are perfectly serviceable, none of them are groundbreaking. They're all simple and easy to grasp. They play reasonably well in practice, especially.
This is also a set that's meant to bring in new players, which is probably why they're also keeping them simple.
But stood up next to many of the more impressive individual designs from the set, each set mechanic looks rather drab. Perhaps that's the point. After all, if this is a character-focused set, then putting the bulk of your design flourishes into the legendary creatures is consistent with those goals. That said,
he's not
set
wrong.
Mechanics are still necessary to build a cohesive draft environment. Regardless of the design motivations, the gameplay result remains. By and large, Marvel Superheroes is a mechanically ordinary set. Its 2 greatest successes in set mechanics aren't even original. Connive, the Maestro's mechanic from Streets of New Capenna, has been affiliated with blue-black villains since Spider-Man. This is a great example of taking what was originally a bottom-up design and applying it in a top-down fashion. Nothing about looting and getting a counter if you discard a non-land card.
The thing about that, though, is connive already is a term that, again, comic book fans are going to be like, yes, we associate with that with villains. So we're already, and that's a word that's used like in comic books when describing villains. So I feel like it fits already, which is why it was able to work. Unfortunately, I do think that sometimes with these IP related brands, tie-ins to Magic, they do suffer from this, but I don't know, that doesn't bother me as much. As long as it still functions as an actual playable draft set, even if it's not super innovative, but it feels good and it feels like I'm playing Marvel characters and not just like weird reskins where these have been like tapped on to a Magic card that doesn't really fit. I think I'm okay with it. Maybe that's just my
Card
personal
is
preference, but
particularly conniving in and of
that's
itself,
how I
but
feel.
The mechanical design is firmly within the Grixis color pie, and the trait conniving certainly describes New Capenna's Maestro's gang. Connive was a gameplay hit, one of the best things to come out of New Capenna, and since it's now an established mechanical element of the game, Spider-Man was able to use it in a top-down context. Villains are conniving, and therefore many villain cards connive. The alter ego
makes sense.
MDFCs also return from Spider-Man. This mechanic was one of Spider-Man's greatest wins. The mechanic is a brilliant way to convey two aspects of a character at once, their mild-mannered civilian form and their powerful super selves. So if the new set mechanics
The
of
mild-mannered
Marvel
civilian
superheroes are
form.
unremarkable, what kind of gameplay impact did that have on the set as a whole? What was it like
This is
to
completely
craft
playable
this?
against
And how
any
did
other
cards
Magic set.
perform in
It's part of the
Magic's various
standard.
constructed
Like,
formats?
this is a standard set. You draft with
Marvel
it. It has all the
Superheroes
normal
Limited
things a
is by
standard set would
far the
have.
set's greatest failure, due primarily to its color imbalance. Simply put, the heroes of Marvel superheroes are much, much stronger than the villains. White and blue are head and shoulders above the other colors, in particular.
I can
red
totally
and black.
believe that.
There are a few reasons for this.
Color
The
balance,
roster
definitely I could
of
see being a problem in this
synergies
set.
that are
Because you
easier
just
to
have an
assemble than
overwhelming
those
number of,
other
like,
colors,
white
or
and blue.
explosive bombs, but the end result is that players who aren't able to stake a claim on at least one of these two colors find themselves a step behind before the games have even begun. Overtuned commons like Hero in Training, Trickster's Stratagem, and Shield Deployment Drone all have higher win rates on 17 lands.
Woo!
than even the
Yeah, Hero in
absolute
Training
best
is a
black and
awesome
red
card.
commons. Blue also has an especially
Gain 2 life if you control another hero when this creature
Justice
enters? Damn.
Advance Astrovic, a card with a higher win rate on 17 lands than all but 5 rares in the set. Red and black, by comparison, are so much weaker that they're rarely worth drafting beyond a light splash for removal, unless you're lucky enough to open a powerful mythic like Doctor Doom, MODOK, or Thor, God of Thunder. But if these colors are weak on their own, when paired with each other, they're downright heinous. Rakdos is the
no.
worst color combination in Marvel Limited by a lot. Most villain synergies.
Not my
at low
go-to
rarities
color
are
combo, but it's
overcosted
definitely
and
up there. I do
overpowered.
like
There
it.
are other problems with the draft format too. For instance, the emphasis on powerful characters and splashy story beats results in a bomb-heavy format. Captain Marvel, Leader Super Genius, and the superhero Civil War all boast a higher win rate on 17 lands than even the single most powerful card in Secrets of Strixhaven Draft, together as one, by between 3 and 5%. And because Leader and the superhero Civil War are both rares rather than mythics, games with these two utterly disgusting bombs happen regularly. It's not all bad though. For all
Yeah, if
that
it's a
white
rare,
and
that
blue
means you
are
can actually
overrepresented
probably
in
pull it
games
pretty
often
regularly,
evolved
especially in a
into which
draft,
player
and
sticks to the
that's pretty
bomb.
good.
A lot of the gameplay is still fun. Games tend to be grindy, dynamic, and full of the kind of interesting decision points that makes draft such a great format. The micro synergies in the set are also fun to play with, like using a single round security officer to tap down 2 creatures in tandem with the uncommon Captain America. The constructed impact of Marvel superheroes is strange for a standard set. Namely, the set had very little effect on the standard format. As of the time of recording, the only cards seeing significant play in the format that the set was ostensibly made for are Jennifer Walters, a 2-of in the Selesnya Ouroboroi deck, and the new ally color Rare Dual Lands. There are a couple factors at play here that are worth noting. Because the current competitive season is modern, there's little incentive for the best players in the game to dedicate the requisite time and attention to standard to come up with something as
So one of the things that he was saying, and I find this very fascinating, is that while this set is pretty good, it doesn't, there are, you know how like normally there's like a card or two that are just like broken and end up in every deck from a lot of these Universes Beyond sets? There's not a lot of cards from this set that are doing that.
Except for the Infinity Stone.
He hasn't even talked about the Infinity Stone yet. It's Jennifer Waters, so like the She-Hulk character card goes into an Ouroboros deck apparently pretty well. And then it's the dual lands that are apparently being actually used in like
so there's not a lot of power creep in it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of power creep, which I'm genuinely surprised by, because normally in these sets, there's just like one or two that are just like really broken, end up in everything, even though no one actually likes the theme. Like I think there's a TMNT card that like that set was horrible. No one really liked it. In the same way that there was a Spider-Man set, the Spider-Man set no one really liked. But there are a couple cards from the Spider-Man set and the TMNT set that ended up just like in everyone's deck because they were just that insane. Like they were so good. And I'm really surprised to hear that. Now, the fact that he's saying that the current like Magic Pro Tour is constructed and not standard does actually speak volumes, I think, like he said, to the fact that people just are not obviously sitting down and investing time to figure out like,
Constructed includes standard.
but they're focusing on draft and modern constructed, not standard like gameplay.
Oh.
Is what I'm saying. Is like the broadcast schedule, like the games that they're actually playing are only draft or only modern constructed.
I see.
Not like just standard. And so like that's kind of interesting. It does explain it though. It really does explain it.
As revolutionary as Is It Spelementals or Mardu Discard. It's therefore possible we'll see Marvel have a greater impact in a few months when Standard comes back into competitive relevancy. It also bears mentioning that it is not easy for a new card to have an impact in a Standard format as powerful as this one. It stands to reason that even the best cards from the 17th set to enter Standard would struggle to find footing. For Marvel superheroes to have made waves in Standard, making waves in Standard would have had to have been a design priority, but it wasn't a priority. The priority was to design faithful Magic cards for 128 super people. By and large,
I mean,
super
that's
people
valid.
need to have an outsized effect on the board when in play in order to feel truly super. But to balance these designs, their mana costs must be appropriately high. Big splashy cards that cost a lot of mana tend to skew casually rather than competitively. In Standard, most curves top out at 4 mana with very rare exceptions. The lack of Standard impact is not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay,
It's
so
much
they're so
safer to err
expensive.
on the
That's
side
what's
of
that's
too little
what's
impact
affecting
than
it so
too
much. Interesting.
When Avatar
I guess that makes
entered
sense though.
Standard, it effectively rotated the format with cards like Badger Mole Cub, Momo Friendly Flyer, and the Lessons package. Too much of that happening, and an already inaccessible Standard becomes totally inhospitable to its player base. Interestingly though, Marvel's superheroes had a much greater impact on Magic's other formats. In Modern, for example, cards like Hex Magic and Avengers Disassembled have slotted perfectly into the Ruby Storm and Boros Ponza archetypes, just as we predicted they would during preview season. Meanwhile, other cards have proven to be sweet build-arounds for Magic brewers like
That's right,
Spider
Professor. You're
Spike.
so
Loki,
cool
God
and
of
in the
Mischief,
know.
is an awesome card advantage engine with cards like Solitude and Teferi Time Raveler. Heroes Feast provides an additional method for comboing with Spike Feeder beyond Heliod's Sun Crowned. It might seem counterintuitive that a card could be good in a high-power format like Modern without being relevant in Standard too, but throughout Magic history, it has been more common than you'd think. It all depends on the context of the format. Deathrite Shaman, for example, was unplayable in its Standard day, but was quickly banned from Modern for its interaction with fetch lands. Commander has benefited from Marvel more than any other format. After all, the
Okay, now we're gonna talk about Commander, and I'm sure that's been flooded.
Commanders into the format. 99's benefited as well with cards like Cosmic Cube, Mjolnir, Hammer of Thor, and Mr. Fantastic, all providing valuable utility to various kinds of strategies. The set's worst crime in Commander is the printing of the Mind Stone, which, much like the Soul Stone, is a $1 billion auto-include in any deck of its color. But the beauty of
And there you
Commander
go,
is
there's
you
the
can
Mind
ignore
Stone.
the $1 billion auto-include if you want to, even if it would be perfect in your deck. If you do this, I'm proud of you. Finally, I'd be remiss not to mention a couple problematic cards associated with this
Thanks,
set.
Professor.
First is Hawkeye's Bow, which almost immediately resulted in the banning of the 30
We almost got a Hawkeye initiative.
Skybreak in the Pauper format. Frankly, though, I don't see that as an
No,
issue.
of
Secret
Hawkeye's
Skybreak
bow,
is
it's
the kind of
almost
card
him,
that's
like,
bound to
doing the
break
Hawkeye
format
initiative pose, but not
eventually,
really.
and I, along with many Pauper players, really didn't mind it going. The second is the Fantasticar, which I did a whole video on that, which you can watch here. But I don't blame Marvel superheroes for this.
Okay, wait,
fast
hold
and
on.
furious
Why does he
design
think this
mistake,
needs to be
as that
banned? What does this card do? Flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may have the Fantastic Car become an artifact creature until end of turn. Whenever you cast your fourth non-creature spell, each turn, you may sacrifice the Fantastic Car. If you do, create 4/4/4 colorless construct artifact creature tokens with flying and haste.
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit,
That's 16 to the face.
that is insane. No wonder he thinks this card needs to be banned. Basically, for this 1 3-cost card, for
That's
those,
basically a turn 4 victory.
yeah, this is a turn 4 victory that is insane. Because basically with this 1 3-cost card,
Is it green?
no, it's colorless.
Okay, it's probably a turn 2 or 3 with green ramp.
Yeah, like this is crazy good. Because this 3-cost card turns into 4/4. It basically makes 4 of itself.
Yeah, so you would cast this on probably turn
Oh my god, because
3.
it splits because they're each in one.
Yeah.
I understand.
So you would cast this on turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
It would be on the field.
Yep.
And then if they don't destroy it turn 4, you cast 4 1-cost spells.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go 16 into their face.
Yeah, that's insane. Because
Like,
haste
honestly,
allows them to hit immediately.
I could see it in a red deck.
Oh yeah, this like the fact that it's colorless means they can slot into a lot of different
Yep.
deck designs very seamlessly without actually affecting your mana ratio at all, and that's crazy.
That's the fault of the affiliate.
So yeah, I see why he wants that to be banned.
This is a video grading the main set specifically. Marvel Superheroes is best described as a casual focused set rather than a competitive one. The top priority was to depict the characters, which the designers nailed across the board. Limited and non-commander formats were both secondary considerations that had to work around the constraints of the primary goal. In other words, the designers didn't decide to include 128 legends for the sake of draft or standard. Draft and standard, rather, had to adapt to that decision to have 128 legendaries. In the case of Limited, the result was a subpar format that only yields a couple drafts before you've essentially seen everything the set has to offer. Of course, 1 or 2 drafts is enough to offer a suitable experience to a pod of curious first-time drafters. One could also argue that the designers actually overperformed, given they had to account for 75% of the creatures being legendary. Whether or not performance above expectation holds more weight than the experience in a vacuum is debatable, but it certainly warrants mentioning. Constructed impact was also hit or miss, for the simple reason that cards were not really designed for standard. They were designed for Marvel superheroes, as in they were designed for players to crack packs and find exciting, splashy versions of their favorite Marvel characters to build casual.
I mean, this is a set designed more for
Result,
collectors
the set
than
makes
it is
significant
probably
impact
for the
on demand,
players as a
matches premier
whole.
casual
But
format.
honestly, it overall sounds like they did a pretty decent job with it.
Final conclusion, Marvel Superheroes is yet another faithful adaptation of a universe's beyond property, chock full of brilliant individual card designs, depicting recognizable characters with decades of pre-established history.
Okay, I just want to stop on this first final conclusion point because I assume he's going to have more. That's all I'm kind of looking for with some of these. Like, I want to have some good design in it. I want it to be fun to draft for a couple of like draft experiences. And then beyond that, I kind of just want it to be a collectible. Like, I don't know. To me, like, if I was a even bigger Marvel fan, like if I actually had grown up reading Marvel comics more hardcore than I did when I first got into them in college, I honestly think I'd be all over this set. Especially if I had like stayed up to date with like the reviews and leaks of them having like showing cards from this set, because obviously it's fully out. We know everything that's here. But honestly, it's sounding pretty good. Like, I feel like he's being a little harsh on it, even though he's been very like objective and honestly pretty glowing of a lot of what's been happening for this particular set, especially in comparison to like some of the other really shit sets like the Spider-Man or the TMNT one. But like, I don't know, that's all I'm looking for with this.
History. As an introduction to Magic, the set is an outstanding product.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be great for new players, which is probably part of their objective.
Underwhelming, but not a disaster. Given its goals, perhaps this is all the set needed to be. And so, as the sun sets on Marvel superheroes, the final grade is a B. This is, of course,
oh my gosh, a B.
from a game design perspective. But that, of course, is just my evaluation and my grade, and now I want to know your evaluation, and best of all, your grade. But I ask you to remember, we are trying to strip away the idea of I love Marvel or I hate Marvel, or our opinions on Universes Beyond, and just evaluate this set based on game design. So by that criteria, what grade do you give Marvel Superheroes? And
So I'm going to go ahead and answer his question because I do have an opinion, and I've kind of already said it in the last little thing that I said, but this is caveated with the fact that I haven't drafted at all with the Marvel superhero set, and this is really the main video, I will admit, that I've watched outside of some of the trailers for when the set was first coming out, and then some like casual pack openings from like, I think I've watched Wubby do a draft of this already. And I may have watched Critical Moist and like that group do their draft.
Moist.
What?
Moist Critical.
Or Moist Critical. I did say that backwards, didn't I? I'm sorry. Moist Critical. Charlie. I think I've watched Charlie and crew potentially draft this set, and I think I've watched Wubby do some pack openings. So I have limited experience with this personally, but in what I have seen, knowing that it is a decent draftable play set, that it is good for new people, which is really who it's aimed at. Let's be real. Every time they do an intellectual property thing, it is always to draw new people in because what they're hoping for is to grab those Marvel fans and convert them to Magic fans. That's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. Like, they're getting a nice paycheck from, well, actually, they're probably paying Marvel to use the property. So they're not getting a nice paycheck from Marvel. They're saying, Marvel, hey, let us get a nice paycheck off of making cool art of your cards and hope that we get some of your fans to start buying our stuff. / we can sell this to the fans that already have that overlap. Because, like, Marvel's huge, Magic is huge. There's going to definitively be some overlap. So I think, like, knowing that it is pretty fun to play, I haven't actively seen on like Twitter or anything that many people complaining about it. Like when Marvel Spider-Man and when the TMNT and the Avatar set came out, those had very vocal people going, this kind of sucks. This is lackluster. We don't like this, etc. I haven't really seen that for this particular set. The card art looks good. The fact that they seemed like they were thoughtful about how they developed their cards, the top-down design, immediately makes me happy because from my perspective, you have to go in to a collab set like this, a Universes Beyond set with top-down design as your primary design, like, focus. That just should be what it is. So I think I would honestly, like, I would give this an A. Final Fantasy was like an S for me because I love Final Fantasy. I thought all of the card art was pretty spectacular and they synergized those cards beautifully. And while there definitely were cards that affected other formats in Magic, I don't really remember the Final Fantasy cards being like suddenly overwhelming the commander space or suddenly overwhelming the standard space or the modern space or something with just like these really like cards that people didn't like but really were powerful. Whereas this one seems like it's also doing the same things, but it's not like, it's just not a IP that I love quite as much. And that is knocking it down a little bit. Like I know he said not to put aesthetics in there, but I'm adding aesthetics in there a little bit, but I'm still giving it a higher grade than I think even he's giving on a mechanical thing. So like, yeah, I think I would give this set an A. Let me know down in the comments what you would give it. If you have picked up this set, I would love to know if you've drafted anything super cool. If you have found that you've enjoyed drafting with this set, or do you feel completely opposite to all this and you're like, this actually has been sucky? Or has it just been like the greatest Magic set you've ever experienced? I'm kind of curious to hear your guys' thoughts. But yeah, honestly, I think this was really cool. I think this was a really cool set. And it seemed like you guys enjoyed it too. There was a lot of like, yeah, to just go over one more time, because I saw this a little bit in the comments earlier. And we sort of covered it, but I just want to make sure to clarify. This is a standard set for Magic the Gathering. You can draft this like you would a normal Magic the Gathering, like their own universe type of set, and it synergizes and can be played against all of those. None of the sets, with the exception of, I believe, some of the cards, maybe, that they do for Secret Layers, are actually, like, not playable against all of the other sets. Now, in that, like, that is all caveated with there are seasons. Like, the standard season does cycle things out. Like, eventually things would get removed from what is playable in standard. The same thing happens occasionally, I think, in modern and also, like, Commander and that kind of stuff. And certain cards do get banned. And I will admit the card that the professor said should get banned probably should get banned. That is an OP card. But, like, normally, yes, they completely are playable against the other things. You are not restricted to, oh, I'm playing a Marvel deck, I can only play against other Marvel cards. You could play against an entirely non-Universes Beyond deck, and it would be totally viable. So you think B is fair? I think so too. Like, I mean, I'm not, like, it's... If I had one criticism of the B review, it's a little bit too middle of the road, and I feel like he's being hesitant to be either harsher or more praising of it than he's actually doing. Like, I'm kind of curious if this is actually the professor's genuine opinion on it, which I suspect it probably is. Like, I don't think he's gonna, like, lie to his audience or anything like that in any capacity. Like, let's be real. But his own personal opinion, because I know he's not a Universes Beyond guy. Like, there's not a lot of IPs that have come into Magic the Gathering that have, like, made him go, ooh, yay. Because that's just not really his jam. He is a hardcore OG Magic fan, and he likes the lore and narrative and the stories of the actual Magic universe and has read a lot of the books and et cetera, and has done videos about this. So, like, I know he's not an intellectual property guy. But I'm curious if he really actually feels like this is a B and just kind of thinks it's middle of the road, or if he had wanted to give this either an A or actually even knock it down because it is a Marvel set. Like, these objective critiques are hard because sometimes the objective critique literally does lead you to an average sort of, like, I mean, and B is still technically kind of above average, right? Like, if you're on the grading scale, but it kind of gives you into this middle of the road, like, no real strong opinions either way. And that always leaves me feeling weird. And it's just a personal problem. I think it's a perfectly reasonable, it is a perfectly reasonable grade. I think I'd give it a little higher personally, but I think it's fine. Can I do something? Can you dumb something down for you? What does top down and bottom down mean from Magic cards? You think the game where you think of video games when you hear top down? So what that means is it's when you're doing top down design, it means you're taking your theme first, and that is the priority that guides all of the other design decisions that you make. It has nothing to do with your perspective on the card or anything like that. Like,
if I may speak to an example
absolutely.
Using Marvel. Top-down design would mean that you know that you need to create a card for the character the Hulk. Mm-hmm. And you know the Hulk is very strong. Mm-hmm. He is very tough. And because of that, you're going to give him high strength and high toughness on his stats. For his card, mm-hmm. you will then give him some kind of transformation ability because it's the Hulk, and you're thinking about that. And you will cost it appropriately to those powers that you have given it.
Right.
Now, a bottom-up design, which would be a design that is bluntly a little easier to produce.
Yes.
But is going to probably be less thematically satisfactory.
Yes.
Is, okay, I don't know what the next game that's going to come out is. However, I know in this game I'm going to need 5 one-cost creatures that are 1/1, and I'll make one of them have haste. I'll make one of them have death touch, something like that. They're 2 costs. Ignore my numbers. And then when an IP comes along, I just slap that design
onto those stats.
So if I had a card that was very tough and strong, I'd go, oh, okay, I'll give that one to the Hulk. It wasn't necessarily designed for the Hulk.
Right.
And maybe by luck or coincidence, it may work well.
Yes.
But it is less likely to fit thematically. And it can also kind of result in duller game design because you're just going to kind of end up with a generic game set
Right.
that they will then be tempted to use for multiple sets.
Right. And I want to go back actually to the example that the professor used when he was talking about the difference between Richard Garfield designing for the dragon. Let me see if I can actually find it real quick. Yeah, okay. So in this section when he was talking about it, so this is a dragon from the original OG set. And this is a top-down designed dragon. Richard Garfield knew that he was making a fantasy-themed TCG card game. And what is something that is really popular in fantasy? Dragons. Okay, what are the themes of a dragon? Well, they're big, they're tough, they can fly, and they breathe dragon. Or, sorry, they breathe fire is what I meant to say. So, knowing that Richard Garfield has designed this magic system to be based off of elements that are the magic that you're using to even cast these spells, one of which is fire, he went ahead and went, okay, well, my dragon who breathes fire should probably be the fire element. Hence, why you'll see that this is a 4-cost card and this is a 6-cost card, but 2 of them are specifically fire. So you need that explicitly. It's also an expensive card. 6 is pretty high for a magic card cost because that means you can't realistically get this card out until at least your 6th round of your game, which is pretty deep into the game. But it costs so much because it's also a 5 hit points and 5 attack creature, which means that it's very strong. It takes a lot of effort to take it down, and it hits really, really hard. It also has flying, which is another theme that fits the dragon aesthetic, right? And flying is also extremely powerful, hence it also makes this card more expensive. So this is an example of a top-down design. He went, I have a fantasy game. What is a fantasy creature? Oh, dragons. What are the key characteristics of a dragon? X, Y, and Z. Now I'm going to take X, Y, and Z and apply it to the stats on the card and the rules of the card to make it thematically appropriate to the theme that I have for this game. As opposed to the next card that he did. Now ignore the Richard Garfield. I'm actually gonna see if I can find the one where he's just showing the ogre. I think if I let this play for a second, he'll move Richard Garfield away.
Rarity slot, and then assigned it a fantasy.
So, okay, exactly. And as he was literally just saying too. So this is a card from the exact same set as the dragon, but this one was designed bottom down. The reason it was designed bottom down is it's a gray ogre. Ogres aren't exactly associated necessarily with fire. They don't, or the color red realistically. They aren't necessarily associated with dragons or anything either, but it is still a fantasy creature. So Richard Garfield knew that he needed a card in the red theme that was a lower cost, didn't do as much, but was a pretty just like okay-ish creature. And so he said, I'm going to design a 2/2 card that costs 3, that has no extra special things. It's just fluff text. And that's all it's going to be. What creature thematically fits with that sort of stat? Oh, an ogre. And then, so that's an example of bottom down design. The stats of the card were developed first and then the theme was applied afterwards. Whereas top down, the theme is applied first and the stats are developed afterwards. That's the simplest way I can break it down. Hopefully that helped. Hopefully that made it a little bit easier for you to understand. And thank you, because like I think that's a great question to ask. All right, I think that is going to be it for this video. Thank you guys so much for watching with me, and let's move on to the next segment.
That was a long one.
It was. Well, I mean, we knew it was.
Long.
Yeah, I was like, it's a long video. And honestly, we got to have some good discussions, so I appreciate that. I do think I'm going to go ahead and that's the last of the segments that I will like of videos and other things that I want to cover. So next up, we're going to go ahead and work on our beautiful, oh, sure. She's, I forgot I have my green screen on. Let me switch over to this segment. So we're going to go ahead and now work on our beautiful cat girl. Also, can we just appreciate how like silly this looks? I've just got her head. and her torso sitting in this tray separately from each other. Having just the head sitting here really reminds me of that classic black and white movie that Rift Tracks has definitely done, and I've watched like 100 times.
That wouldn't die.
The brain that wouldn't die. It reminds me of the brain that wouldn't die. That's what this is giving me the vibes of. But before we get actually to our cat girl, I'm gonna go ahead and take a short break, stretch my legs, etc. Oh, good. I'm glad you understand it better. That's excellent. Okay, but we'll take a quick break, and I'll see you guys in like 10 minutes.
Monster, he felt reasonably fit that description.
Alrighty, let's get to building this lady's hands, her arms. I was like, are we gonna build the legs first or are we gonna build the arms first? And it looks like we're building the legs first, or oh my God, the arms first. Words, they're hard. Limbs, we can't identify them. Move that out of the way, you are empty. All right, V1. Which I think is over here. Nope, that's ZT. Ah, there it is, V1. Oh yes, this is the sprue with all the limbs on it, you're right. All right, so we need, oh. One of my hairs was clinging to me and it was like all over the place. Oh, thank you, thank you. All right, 8 and 10. 8 and 10. And then we need, oh, actually also number 1. What do you know? I think we'll finish her today, barring we're not just really slow, which is entirely possible. I am sometimes very slow. Okay, so this side goes like that. This one has that arch facing. Okay, cool. And then this fits in. Like so, if I can just squeeze. There we go. There we go. Nice and pressed together. My voice cracks. Get out of here, mold line. There we go. All right, we got a bendable elbow. Yep, and that looks like what I built. Ta-da! Now, we need T1 and 2. T1. T2. So we press these together with the stems facing opposite directions. Easy enough. Okay. So tiny. Okay, I think this is the ball joint for her wrist. Is it the long side that goes in? I think so, yes. Okay, there we go. Lovely. Now we need W7 and 5.
Good stories.
I know. She is from a series of, like, a mech line series called Variable Fighter Girls. I don't know if she's from, like, a specific series outside of that. The mech that she's riding as part of the buildable kit was from Macross, but, like, I don't know if she is from something specific. As well. But she hella cute, which is why I'm building her. And really, that's all I need when it comes to my models. Okay, so first we want to put this in place. Cool. Done. And then we're gonna slide it over her wrist because I think she has rockets on her wrist, which is kind of badass, if I'm honest. All right, now we get to choose hands. We get to choose her delightful hands. What do you have right here? So many options. Now I do kind of want her just driving. Okay, we've got grippy hands, saluting hands, fist hands, open splayed hands, pointing hands, cute I'm doing I love you fingers, and then like 2 different poses. I think I'm gonna do a grippy hand and a I love you hand because I think that's cute. I don't think they need to be identical. All right, so this is the right arm. So I'm gonna have that be the hand that she's controlling the mech with. And we're gonna be doing that. That's the plan. Do I need to take that tab off? I think I do. I guess that's not part of a hand normally. Where'd my sponge go? Wait, Christmas music? What? And where are you hearing Christmas music? All right, we got. Really? What? Hold on. Oh my God, why? Yep, it is. So it is. Let me fix that, sorry.
What happened?
I think when we set up the music, we put the Christmas music on.
Oh. My bad.
And so I'm just kind
Oopsie.
whoopsie daisy. There we go. Okay, it should no longer be Christmas music. I am so sorry.
I just picked the one that said it's called stream music.
Well, you say it was labeled stream Christmas music,
I just
and
picked the one that had stream music.
oh, I'm so sorry. All right.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all
Pay
good.
me more.
Pay you more? Okay, I will. All right.
You won't.
I will. I will try to. All right, let's build her left arm now. Ooh la la. Number 2.
Like, if it's really that big of a problem, I can stop editing all the reels and other videos I've been doing and, like, go work on music stuff.
No, not at all. Not at all. Of course not. No, no, no. It's all good. It's all good. No worries. I will double check. And it's also not that big of a deal. I almost forgot to remove this large mold line from this joint on both sides, but I think we're good now. And then we'll put this one into place. It's literally an identical process, just slightly facing a different direction, as limbs tend to be. Excellent. Oh, and don't forget that little piece. All right, cool. Next, we need the T1 and T2 again. Exactly. All right, so it's the long side in, short side facing out. And we do the same wrist. So she's got moopsels on both sides of her wrists. At least that's what I assume this is. I'm glad that you are having a chill time. No, somebody was let go of your work. That sucks. Seems like that's happened to a lot of people right now, unfortunately. Still see that too much. There we go. Wrist mount on, and then for this hand, we'll do this one. Did I click the right one? Oh no, I didn't. I need this side. Because yeah, that is the correct, that is a right hand. I was worried for a second, I was like, did I actually grab a right hand and put it on the right arm? Or did I grab a left hand and put it on the right arm? Ta-da! Huzzah! All right, so the arms are built. What's next? Oh, well, I mean, okay, so that's not a, this person was a good worker and we're sad to see them let go. This is a person who was constantly calling out, never available. And so probably not worth the payroll. Got it. All right, we're on to the legs. There we go. And of course, we're gonna start with the thighs. Oh yeah. We need both of these pieces and then T8 and T14. Excuse me, hands please. Get over there out of the way. And we will not be needing you any further. Well, at least hopefully they're going on to bigger and brighter things then. I immediately had a piece of fuzz go in. Oh, I love pop music. Oh yeah, no, I know the scene you're talking about. Raven covering her legs and everybody's like, no!
No! Trauma.
Trauma. The horror. How could she do that? Hello, Raymond. It's lovely to see you back. You felt Beast Boy's pain. Fair enough. I think a lot of people felt Beast Boy's pain, let's be real.
I do almost every day.
Why?
Because you put pants on.
I rarely put pants on. Fair enough. Okay, so this is getting in at that angle. Okay, and this one is put in just at that angle. Yes, because that's at the top. Okay. This is a very important cleanup step. Like, this could make or break this model, actually. You're obligated to agree with CC on that one? That's fair. Teen Titans Go is your favorite Teen Titans? I like the original more, but that's because I watched it first. I'm kind of biased towards it. I can't believe Teen Titans Go is still fucking going. That's the thing that blows my mind. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Z. This is the first time we're using Z. Yes, I've looked at it a bunch, but I haven't actually done anything with it. Z13 and 12. And then Y1. I was not expecting it to be a green piece. That means you are my third most active commenter in this particular stream. That's what the 3 means.
Hey, your chat's in the right setting, right?
Yep. Correct. Yep. Okay, perfect. Just a little bit of cleanup of that flash. Okay, what do we do next? Z16 and 19. Okay, there's 19. Was the other one. There we go. So this piece goes on like that. Keep hiding it underneath things. Yeah, I don't know. I think because, I mean, granted, I haven't watched nearly as much of Teen Titans Go as I did originally Teen Titans, but I think the consecutive narrative in Teen Titans hit for me better. Like, I like Teen Titans Go. I definitely get some, like, there are some really good episodes, but because it is frankly more Western style in regards to its presentation sometimes, in the sense that a lot of the episodes are standalone one-off comedy bits and not necessarily making up a cohesive story, bugs me. I like more cohesive stories going through it. But there are some really good gags in there, like for 100%. So I'm not gonna say, like, I definitely like Teen Titans Go. My preference will always be the original though. Just because I like the format better. But there's a point where, like, that one does have to end, and Teen Titans Go can go on infinitely, so I do understand that appeal. Kind of what they already freaking do with the comics, which may also actually be why I don't like it as much, honestly. Part of my personal problem with a lot of, like, Marvel and DC especially is, like, don't get me wrong, it's great that I can still talk to somebody who's, like, 30 or 40 years older than me and have a conversation with them about, like, Batman or Superman or Spider-Man or Captain America or whomever, and they'll know what the fuck I'm talking about. But at the same time, like, the fact that they don't create new characters, that they don't really let those characters move forward very often and do new things, it's kind of just like, they're gonna be around forever. None of them are ever gonna die. And that bugs me. Like, I don't want to constantly restarting a Batman series, you know what I mean? And I feel like that's what modernly we do a lot with Marvel and DC Comics especially. Like, it's just infinite. Okay, so now we're taking this part and we're gonna get 24 and 22 from Z. 24, 22. Okay, so this goes at the bottom, that arches back, and that's like that. So this green piece slots in right there. And then right there on the other side, and we press it together. We've got a leg forming, y'all. I'm excited. I'm excited about this leg. It's gonna be so beautiful. W2, 12, and 11. 12 and 11. There's 12. And 11. Is that a chunky knee pad? Dude, nice. Lovely. Yeah, you like a cohesive story. That's why I got so into anime, like, growing up. Is like, as much as I loved a lot of, like, some early Western cartoons that I was watching, I was blown away by two main things about anime. One, that the story was actually cohesive. I was like, what? This plot carries through from episode to episode? And not just through like a fancy 2 or 3 parter, but like actually through like a season. That's insane. And then the other thing that blew my mind, and this didn't happen necessarily in like my first 2 anime, but very early on in my like anime obsession, I ended up discovering a series called Cardcaptor Sakura. And the thing that blew me away about Cardcaptor Sakura was the fact that that girl had a new outfit for every single card she was collecting. Like, didn't matter what was going on, she was changing outfits sometimes 3 or 4 times a day, like within the narrative of the story. And that was really cool to me because I was so used to comics, and frankly, maybe not so much in comics because I wasn't reading those that much as a kid before I got into manga. But in cartoons, they always wore the same thing. Johnny Quest, all these characters, even like the cartoons like Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Lab, even stuff afterwards, after I had already discovered anime, they all continue to just wear the same clothes. The fact that she had a new outfit for not only every card she was collecting, but she had her like school uniform, and when she got off school, she'd change out of it and into just casual wear, and that would be different every time, blew my little mind. Now, I know that Teen Titans Go has like a somewhat through narrative via the season and stuff, but they treat it more like not a sitcom, but like it's more like early Buffy or like early television series where like
Syndicated.
Yeah, it's syndicated. I'm just not as big of a fan necessarily of like syndicated television if it doesn't have like a really strong through arc. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not her knee, it's actually her calf. Mm-hmm. X1. It does got legs, you're totally right. This character definitely has some nice legs on her. Ooh, almost threw that tool. But we didn't, we caught it. Okay, looks good. Ooh, let's skip that. Okay, and then we need W2 3. Okay, the knee, the actual knee this time, not my predicted knee. This sounds very, very, very silly. You do not want to get kneed by this chick. Look at the angle on what would be hitting you if she just like kneed you. Rough. Very, very rough, if I do say so myself. Oh my gosh, that is a horrible amount of sprue. a flash on that still. Yeah. Oh no, you're fine. You weren't coming across as being like combative or anything. No worries. Why are you not sitting as flush as I want you to? What is happening? Why? Why are you doing this? Okay, I think that'll be fine. Okie dokie. Z11. Nice crack there. Yeah, it would be definitely a knee to take. It would be a knee that you don't want to take. Your junk would be hurting. My junk would be hurting. I think no matter what, if you got kneed with that kneecap, your pelvis is not in a good place. Aha. Okay. Cute. Okay, now it's time for her shoe. W13. She has the tiniest feet. Okay, 13, 15. Not that heavy, right? Oh, the W15. Okay, not W215. Pay attention, Angela. Pay attention! There's W. Oh my gosh, please. You know, for as small as she has so many sprues dedicated to her.
Details.
Yeah, I know, I understand. That does make sense. It is all the details, you're right. All right, 15. Cool. And then 17. Excellent. Do I clip that off? I think that's telling me to remove it. I'm just gonna check with the app. The translate app. Nope, not that, not that. Okay. Camera, please. Cut it out. Yes, sir, Mr. Instruction, sir. I shall cut it out. Oh yeah, taking an atomic drop with that knee would absolutely destroy you. I mean, taking a isn't it just called a flying knee? What is the thing that like Daniel Bryanson does? Is the flying knee, right? Like that would suck balls if you took it with this knee. She should go into pro wrestling. It'd absolutely dominate. I mean, she's an android. If the other ones are also androids, then she probably could, and it would be hella cool. Okay, hold on. So I think it goes... Yeah, it has to go... I say it has to go, but then I'm like, well, does it though? I think it... I can't tell which direction this is oriented. that I do think is at the bottom. Okay. Aha. Lower is the answer to that question. Okay. And then this goes like that. Oh my god, because it's creating a heel. Oh, girl. Work it. Okay. T3 and 6. I'm starting to remember which sprues are which. 3 and 6. Another little joint for her ankle to go into her leg. Boop, boop. Okay, so then that gets slotted there. And that gets slotted there. Woohoo! Hell yeah. And she's gonna be like, Nia. And then you'll die because look at that. Excellent. It stands on its own. Hopefully when we have the weight of her on it, it'll also still stand. That way she can also stand next to her mech as opposed to riding it as well. All right. Our first leg built. Maybe we should build the next one. She does have 2 after all. At least this time. But anime does mean it's Japanese made. Like, if it is anime, that term is specifically...
Is Avatar: The Last Airbender anime?
Not in my opinion. It's a Western it's a Western series that's meant to be reminiscent of anime, but I wouldn't call it an anime because it wasn't made by a Japanese team. In the same way that I wouldn't consider, like, something a manhwa unless it was made in Korea. I forgot what we were doing. We're building the left leg. And I'm on step 1, which means I just need to clip this out. Empty sprue! Let's go! Get out of here! Typically Japanese, typically anime is considered Japanese because the term anime is originally derived from Japanese animation. And to shorten it, they just called it anime. I don't know why. I don't remember the actual reason for why it shortened to that, but yeah. Diff. You were kidding? Oh, my bad. Well, listen, I'm using this as an education moment to be like, yes, anime means Japanese animation. This is my opinion. The problem is their anime has been so popular for so long at this point in Western culture that a lot of animators in the West are now very influenced by anime and they all start looking the same, which is fine. Like, I actually think that's really cool. That's why we have stuff like Teen Titans Go and Teen Titans. And honestly, like, I would even say like Ben 10 has a little bit of like an anime flair to it. And various stuff like that. So like there's tons of stuff that's inspired by it. But I would say that like for me personally, I would only actually call it anime though if it was something written and developed by a team in Japan. Okay, that step's done. We're gonna just ignore it for a little while when we do everything else. Everything else. Okay, I know, you know, I'm just gonna clip some pieces out because I know we're gonna need them. We're gonna need that piece. We're gonna need that piece. Excellent. Good. Good. This piece. In fact, that's one we need next. And then it's gonna grab the next one. Afro Samurai is pretty fun. I don't think I've seen all of it, but I have watched a fair amount of it. Welcome to the channel, Jay's RC Adventure. It's lovely to have you join us. Let's click that up for sure. Don't want that messing up the nice little rotation this piece is supposed to have. Okay, so for this part, we want this. It's facing that way. With our angle, this is facing back, and then we have this piece going like so. Excellent. 20 and 17. Z, 20. 17? Samurai Jack is I think Afro Samurai is also, I think, Western made. Is it not?
They may have got the studio.
Okay, is that what it was? Did they work with a Japanese studio, but it's a Western narrative?
Yeah.
Okay. I know, so Samurai Jack is not anime. Samurai Jack is specifically a Western animator. That's Tarnowski.
Same guy who made Dexter's Lab.
Yeah, so that's the Samurai Jack is done by the same dude who did Dexter's Laboratory. He's also the guy that did Symbiotic Titan. He's also the guy that did Primal, which is one of his more recent ones. And he's also the guy who's going to be doing Conan, which I am so excited for. He also is the guy that did the original, like, seen in theaters and then later on Cartoon Network, because it was on Cartoon Network at the time because Disney did not own them yet.
Incorrect. His Clone Wars 2D animation only appeared.
Was it only in theaters?
On television.
Oh wait, was it?
The 3D debuted in theaters.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay, sorry, my misunderstanding. For some reason, I did not see it in theaters, but I thought that the 2D animated was what had gone into theaters. I didn't realize it was in the launch of the 3D version. Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, so he did the on television 3 episodes, I think it was 3 episodes, right? Of Clone Wars, the first like...
I'm not sure.
Okay, I feel like it was 2.
It was released in a lot of shorts.
That's what it was, and I feel like it ended up being like... maybe it was just like 3 little short parts or something like that. Samurai Jack is dope. I mean, in the same way that frankly, most animation and comics and all of this are influenced by other sources that already exist, because all I know for certain is Toku was influenced by Marvel. That's why they had the Marvel license for a little while back in their early days and did the Spider-Man content. And then they were like, yeah, we just want to kind of make superhero stuff for ourselves, though. And that's why, like, Kamen Rider and Ultraman and Power Rangers or Super Sentai were born, is because of all of that. It's all tied to being influenced by Western Marvel comics and such like that, which is really cool. That's the nice thing about art, is it can be influenced by whatever and take pieces that are good from those things and then be adapted to still be the individual artist's like intent and narrative and story and everything, an original piece, but you can clearly tell that that person was inspired by somebody, as they should be. Like, if you're going into a career field, especially one that has any modicum of creativity, your ass better be watching other creatives doing similar stuff so that you are well informed and know what your peers are getting up to. Otherwise, you're probably not doing things the best way, if I'm perfectly honest. Like, that's just my personal opinion, but I genuinely feel very strongly about that, of like, you want to go into animation, you better be watching anime or cartoons or whatever type of animation you want to go into. If you want to go into comic books, you should be reading comic books. You want to go into streaming, you should be watching streamers and taking notes. Like, that's like, if it's a job like that where you are entertaining in some way, either a group of people or creating a book or creating a comic or creating an animation or whatever, creating a video game, you should be playing, reading, and consuming the type of media that you're trying to create, because you want to know what is happening in that field. You want to know maybe what the tropes you should avoid or maybe not avoid based off of current public opinion on said tropes that might be prevalent in the type of entertainment you're trying to create. There's lots of reasons you should be like very much focused on watching the type of content you are trying to make, regardless of what that content is. Nice. I thought it might have been, but I wasn't 100% sure. Okay, I think we have that facing the correct way. Snap. Crackle and pop. You can't trust someone if they don't like Scooby-Doo. Valid. Valid. I personally loved like the first. Okay, I know Scooby-Doo's been around forever. It's had multiple iterations, but like the more modern stuff that started happening in like the 90s and aughts, I loved that Scooby-Doo. The movies that came out around that time, the first one where they're in like the bayou with all those zombies, but they're real zombies, I loved that movie. And then the second one, I don't know if it was actually the second movie now that I say it, but I know it's the one that I like have watched the next most, is specifically the one with I almost called them the Sanderson sisters. They are not the Sanderson sisters. That is from a different IP. But the three chicks who sing, who are witches. The redhead has like an actual witch ancestor, and then there's like the male like sorcerer guy who's actually the bad guy. Sorry, spoilers. They had a killer song. I loved it. Okay, cool. Oops. Pop that off. That's fine. It's fine. We can just press it back on. All right, cool. That's looking good. This is looking good. We're all looking good. Let's get the next pieces, 23 and 21. Oh, actually? Wait, oh, Doi, Angela, you were holding it the wrong way. So like that, and then this face is like that. Lovely. Yeah, Moonscar Island with the Hex Girls. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. I loved the Hex Girls. I wanted to be a Hex Girl when I first saw that. It would have been so cool. This is not the piece I want. This is the piece I want. I almost sliced my finger. That would have hurt. I did. How could I forget the Goth Baddie Band? Because I always forget how simple, frankly, the band name is. I keep wanting to think it's like something more complicated. I think it's you know what it is? Every time I think about it, I think their band name has the word witch in it, and it doesn't. It's got the word hex in it. I think it's like I think I always want to say like witch girls, but that doesn't make sense, nor is correct. Obviously. And for some reason, the word hex just like completely blanks from my mind. You know, you say Scrappy was a bit much, but he was in the show for a super long time and very popular for actually a very long period of time in Scooby-Doo history. If you actually go and look, like listen, like look and do research. Scrappy-Doo is actually what saved Scooby-Doo, because you know how like Scooby-Doo's been around for forever, right? Like it's been like, I think going since like the 50s or something like that. There was a period where like it had died down in popularity, and part of what brought it back was the introduction of Scrappy-Doo, because it started being for like the longest time, I think just Scrappy-Doo, Scooby-Doo, and Shaggy. I think Velma, Daphne, and Fred like disappeared for like a significant period of time in like the revitalization days of Scrappy-Doo. And then they, I think, got rid of him again because he started to get tiresome. But like, he was around for a long time because of how popular he was with a certain generation. Was that generation potentially wrong about their opinion as a whole? Maybe. But it did happen. We can't deny that. X2. Oh, sorry. X. Yes, X2, but not X2 like the sprue. X and then number 2 on X. Which just sounds like I'm saying random shit. You remember that? Nice. Yeah, like, so technically Scrappy-Doo, like, saved Scooby-Doo. And honestly, I don't know if Scooby-Doo would be still around without Scrappy-Doo. Basically, I watched an essay about it, and I thought it was so fascinating, because I am not a Scrappy-Doo fan, nor did I know that much about him, technically, beyond just being, like, his cousin or whatever, and very annoying. So yeah, wild to find out that he actually, like, saved the franchise. I think it was like in the 80s or something like that. Might have been the 70s, I can't remember. Like I said, Scooby-Doo's been around for a long time. Very cool indeed. All right. We're down to the next foot. Oh, I also do need this piece though. We can't forget the killer knee. Ho, ho, ho. I caught it. I was impressed with myself. There was a B-24 named Witchcraft that flew over Europe for 130 missions with no casualties. Nice. It's pretty impressive. My favorite witches, and like historically, are sometimes the night witches. I think they're pretty cool. You know, the one from the Sabaton song? In 69? Okay. I knew it was like back in the day. I couldn't remember how back in the day it was. Back in, not my day, because I definitely wasn't alive then. I just realized I have these pieces. I'm not using them. Weird. Huh. Huh. I feel like I just have, like, honestly, additional thigh and or calf pieces that are just doing nothing. I don't think I ever really super disliked Scrappy-Doo except for in the movies. Like in the live action movies specifically. Goodness gracious. But also still very funny, and I still love that movie. So frankly, I don't know. I guess I can't really complain, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with loving Scooby-Doo. It's a good series. Oh, did I forget to do that on this one too? Whoops.
You're consistent.
I am. I am sometimes consistent, aren't I? That would explain this random piece that's still on the sprue that doesn't make sense to me. Which side? You're getting 6, which means 5 would have been the other one. I think that makes sense. So this needs to go, aha, like so. Okay, there we go. Does the leg still stand? Yes, okay. I think this is the other foot. Actually, not 100% sure how to tell the difference. But you know what? I did less cleanup on this one, so that might help. That tells me it's probably the one I just clipped out. Yeah, especially considering that piece too. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, 3 and 6, right? Yes. Ta-da! And our other leg. Why did that suddenly gap like that? There we go. I clearly didn't press it together well enough. All right, you are, like, I guess a little too thick. Or that's that hole. There we go. Much better. Now we have 2 legs and 2 arms. Believe it or not, we might be doing some final assembly. All right, so on her torso, first they want us to attach the legs. All right, there's one. There's 2. Look at her. She's looking hella cute. Okay, next up. Okay, sorry. There was a little bit of gap and I did not like it. All right, W3 and 2. W3 and 2. Okay. 2. There we go. Oop, and I pop this knee off again. Please get in there. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, excellent. Now we are on there appropriately. This side is gonna go. I see. Okay, there's a little spot, like a little slot for that to slide into, is there? Fancy. It would be fancier if I could actually get it on. Or does it go? Aha! I was putting it on the wrong way. Okay, I think it's actually identical. Nope, it's not. All right. Okay, that is the correct way. Okay. Now that I know that, we can put the other side on with a bit more ease. You're the black sheep of the family? Valid. I also am a little bit of the black sheep of the family. This is the most difficult piece to put together. Okay, we're pressed in. Woo! There we go. There we go. And now we can put in the arms. Okay. I think we might be done. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, wait, hold on. We haven't put her tail on. Ah, right there. Okay, with the sticker. I was like, wait a minute. She's a cat girl and she hasn't had her tail put in. Ta-da! Tail. Everything's fine. All right. There we go. We have our cute cat girl. Ta-da! She's so good. Okay, let me go grab the mech and we'll see if we can sit her on it. Because I don't think... Yeah, the next step would be to move on to the mech, but we've already built that. So let me go grab that real quick. I'm not even going to put it on, be right back. I'm just going to have... You can just stare it at the cat girl. And I'll see you guys in just a second. I'm going to go grab the mech. I actually think it's just in the other room. Not even downstairs. Now that I think about it. Hey, there you are. Alrighty. Alrighty. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Okay, so... How do you fit? Okay, so it looks like her knees get bent. Like so. And then she kind of leans forward. Okay. That one knee piece, I may have to glue it in place. I don't think it'll be a problem, but it really does not want to stick. It's because it's got a very tiny connection. Okay. Let's get the legs done as properly as we can. Her legs keep crossing when I do this, and I feel like did I put them on
Reverse.
reverse? I don't think I did. I know I had to take, like, they look like they're correct. The feet look like they're going the right direction. But it's something, aha, I think it's that. Okay, I see what's happening. Okay, I see what I did wrong. I had the thigh twisted in a way that was uncouth. Okay, so now we have her going on this. 1 foot is gonna be on that. 1 foot is gonna be there. There we go. Lovely. And then, okay, that's kind of in place. I'm gonna adjust her tail because I do think it is causing some problems. So we're just gonna reposition it. Excellent. And then we do want that hand up, and this one's gonna go more down. I'm gonna go back to my full screen for a second. There we go. Look at her! She's riding the mech! Ah! It's so good. I'm gonna actually turn this off because it's blowing her out a little bit. There we go. Oh my gosh. Look at it. It's so good. I just realized her boobs are invisible because of the filter. So let me just fix that real briefly. Filter, hide that for a moment. Okay, there we go. Just so we can see her breaking the fourth wall for a second. But honestly, I think she looks amazing. Look how cute that is. Ta-da! Yay! And right when we wanted to be ending stream. So I'm very pleased with that. I'm excited with how she looks. She's definitely going to end up in my display case area where I'm putting all my mechs now. This was really fun. And I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream and getting to see everything. Ooh, don't fall over. But I am gonna go ahead and call it. It is 5:05, so we're just past where I normally want to be anyways. And thank you guys so much for joining me. Hello, Neo. It's lovely to see you. I'm sorry we're disappearing right when you've shown up, but...
When are we streaming tomorrow?
So tomorrow, I believe we're doing an evening stream, correct? Okay, so we will be streaming starting at 5 p.m. Pacific or your regional equivalent tomorrow. We will be streaming here on YouTube this Saturday as well, but that will go ahead and be our, I think, normal start time. Is that correct?
What?
Saturday, we're streaming here on YouTube, correct?
At 1.
At 1, okay. Yeah, so on Saturday, we will be streaming here on YouTube at 1 p.m. Pacific or your regional equivalent, and tomorrow will be...
We will be back doing the fan streams the week after this.
Correct.
Yep.
And then we should have a new video out in the next couple of days as well. So actually a couple of videos, but like one that is...
There is one scheduled for tomorrow. There will be one on Saturday. There will be one on Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to have a much more active video schedule.
Admittedly, if you're watching the streams, you'll probably have already seen the content, so this may not be for the dozen or 2 dozen of you in stream right now.
Right.
But we appreciate you being here for the recordings.
Yes, very, very much appreciate it. It does have a little bit of a Metal Gear
It's very
vibe.
Metal Gear, but at the same time, I suspect Kojima's design department might have been taking inspiration
From Macross. Yeah, I was gonna say this mech is actually from Macross, which I 100% could see being inspiring Kojima because dudes, they are inspired by each other so blatantly. And I kind of love it, and it's really fun seeing when you notice it. Like, Kamen Rider's way more places than I realize when it comes to like anime and such, which just tickles every part of me. But I'm very excited for this. We will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific, or original equivalent. I hope to see you guys then. But in the meantime, have a lovely hobby night, everybody. Thank you for hanging out, and I will see you all next time.